Ah, Good evening, everyone. Welcome to a special edition of the Eureka Conservative Podcast, coming to you from my home office in Melbourne, Southeast Melbourne. Welcome to me and my crazy German Shepherd, JJ, just down here. Always has got to stick his nose in before he gets on his couch in the background, and he'll chill out for a couple of hours. So we might have a few people joining us. We'll see how we go, but I'll do my little, what do they call it, monologue. We've come on. I've been trying to organise my big J brigade. So the Boomer, which is me, the Groper, which is Ben, the Immigrant, which is Rami, and the Jew, which is Daniel. And we get a variety of opinions from across the things on different subjects. So we've been trying to get this going for a couple of weeks, and I just thought, screw it, I'll do it this week, and if they can jump on, they can jump on. We've had a great couple of episodes, one last Thursday, one on Tuesday, both featuring Ben. Last week it was me, Ben, and Rami. Went probably too long. We went for 5 hours, but we're just absolutely pissed off with what happened at Marvel Stadium and the big Indian rally for Narendra Modi. And then on Tuesday, again, there's another vigil. And God bless anyone who passes away. But most people in Australia wouldn't even know who the hell Lindsey Graham is. And there was a vigil for him outside the American consulate in Melbourne, where the USA flag was flying, the Israeli flag was flying, the old Iranian flag was flying. They sang other countries' national anthems. And I'm just fed up with all of this nonsense. And anyone who's followed me for a while knows I'm no anti-Semite, but I'm also at the same time no Zionist. I don't really care one way or the other. You know, Israel and Israelis can look after their own issues. Good on them. Australia needs to start looking after our own issues, and we should not be having vigils for USA politicians. This will probably get Avi and Rukshan pissed off with me yet again. But I'm just saying a fact's a fact. I mean, we don't even have vigils for our own bloody politicians. And whether you love Lindsey Graham or hate Lindsey Graham, he's an American politician. He's not the president of their country, and a lot of Australians don't like him. Some Australians do. I'd say the vast bulk of people in Australia who knows who Lindsey Graham is, they just don't like him. All right? And I can understand their grievances. I'm sort of between. But again, it's an American issue. They don't like him because they see him as a neocon, a warmonger, all that sort of thing. If you read actually his background and his history, there's things there you can actually respect, if not like. And I'm not going to go into it much further than that because he's not an Aussie. You know, and all of this is happening on the same week that Cricket Australia, until public pressure brought them to do the big 180 backflip, we're not going to have the national anthem at our national sport on our national day. So they just announced they're going to have a cricket match, an international cricket match. It's either a 2020 or a one-dayer on Australia Day, I'm assuming in Adelaide. But to just make sure they didn't offend anyone, they weren't going to have the national anthem. Well, they've copped a huge amount of stick and they've backflipped, and now they're going to have the national anthem. No doubt that national anthem will be entwined with all the Indigenous sort of acknowledgements and welcome to countries and welcome to everybody because, you know, you've got to have everybody engaged. It's a ridiculous comment. You hear a lot of sports in Australia saying, like, cricket's for everyone. Well, no, it's not. A lot of people don't like cricket. People in the AFL, AFL is for everyone. Well, no, it's not. You know, you might say it is, but it's not necessarily for everyone. What about your trans athletes? Does the AFL have, it's got a women's league, it's got a men's league. Does it have a trans league? No, it doesn't. So it's not for everyone, is it? So, and you can't be for everyone, no matter how bad. That's like a politician saying I want 100% of the vote. If you got 51% of the vote, even 40, you're probably going to win a poll. If you got 40% of the people who watch sport on TV to watch the AFL, great. But not everyone wants to watch the AFL. I do, though lately I might not, for differing reasons. But you can't be for everyone. You can't please everyone. You can't appease everyone. You can't worry about who you might offend or not offend. It's just beyond a joke. It's beyond ridiculous what they're doing to sport in this country, what they're doing with the woke DEI rubbish in this country, and how everyone walks on eggshells about not offending someone. One thing you will get off me at the Eureka Podcast, I'll just say what I think, and if I offend some people, I offend them. Talking of which, wearing my blue hoodie to the gent that got offended by a grown man wearing a blue hoodie, which is kind of bizarre. It's the first time I've had my dress sense charged in my lifetime. And I'll be honest, I don't give a rat's two rats about how I dress or whatever. When you get to my age, your looks really don't matter anymore. When I was younger and in my 20s and teens, had to have the hair just right, had to have all the latest clothes, all that. You go into nightclubs chasing the girls because, back then we were pretty much heterosexual, nearly most of the population. We did it the right way. So you're worried about your appearance and your looks. When you get probably to 50-odd, you probably start, maybe even earlier, not worrying so much. So if you're back on again this week, big fella, or whoever that was that made the comment, just for you, I've worn my blue hoodie. And I love my hoodies. I don't know what it's got to do with being older or not. But if you live in Melbourne like I do on a cold night, wear the hoodie. So, and being in a sports and coaching and all that sort of stuff, hoodies just come with that pastime. So sorry about it. So we've had an interesting week moving forward. I'll go along and I'll just touch on some of the subjects we'll touch on tonight. We had one of the most frightening pitches I've ever seen. Daniel Andrews, Albo, Wayne Swan, the head strategist, and Pratt, all in one room, all talking about how they're going to manage our superannuation for us. Why would we want to put our superannuation into the hands of those bloody Fabian bastards or into the hands of Centrelink? That is our money. That is not their money to decide how they manage. We should be able to decide how we manage that money. Employers are forced to contribute that into the super fund on your behalf. And unfortunately, all our super funds are dominated by union administration. So they manage the whole thing. They manage where the money goes. They manage where the money gets invested, all this sort of stuff. So, do we trust a union representative? Is any of that money being funneled somehow into ALP election campaigns, for example? Where did the 15 billion get wasted on the big build in Victoria? They won't have an investigation into that. So, there's fraud all over the place, but they never investigate it. And this is the same with both sides. Why do you think we've not had a royal commission, for example, into COVID-19? Because on both sides of politics, they know that there will be blowback against them. Can't have that. Each side is against the other. If they can put the opposition, so if I'm in the LNP and I can call a royal commission that makes ALP look bad, I'll do it. If I'm the ALP, I'll call a royal commission to make the LNP look bad. Or Albo will call a royal commission and make sure he protects the ALP from being fingered in that Royal Commission for doing anything wrong, as he did when he made this last Royal Commission about anti-Semitism instead of radical Islam into this Royal Commission into the Bondi killings. And the LNP let him get away with it. I mean, it's bizarre beyond belief. But until you get another group or you get some people with some integrity, you say, if we're doing anything wrong, investigate us. We're above reproach. We welcome every investigation coming our way. That's what we should be getting from a political party. Jacinta Allen should be welcoming a investigation. She should be calling it into the big build fraud. Albo should be calling a proper Royal Commission into radical Islam if they had an ounce of integrity. But they don't. They don't have any integrity. Talking of integrity, Angus Taylor. I held out hope, Angus, that you could be a decent person to try and get the Liberals back to some sort of normality. But no, yesterday and today, you've spent your time, instead of attacking ALP, attacking One Nation, and you resorted to personal insults against Malcolm Roberts today. Malcolm Roberts, I was fortunate enough to interview him for 2.5 hours. A decent man. He's one of the few politicians that's come on this podcast and had a long discussion, and we just talked about a raft of things. I've invited politician after politician to come on here, and I'll give you an example later in the program about the politicians that we just don't even know about. Yet they've got these big margins because they're on the ALP ticket. And they've been the most pathetic government in Australia for 12 years by November. But these bastards will still get back in. They've got margins between 8 and 10%. It will take a huge swing to get them out of government. But these incompetent bastards who've destroyed this state will get back in. And a lot of their colleagues probably won't, but they will. And we haven't even, I'll guarantee, outside one or two, you won't have heard of them. So they just get back in on the gravy train. As long as they protect that gravy train, they don't want an inquiry going in to their corruption, their fraud. So LNP, bad as the ALP. Now we got Angus Taylor having a crack at Malcolm Roberts and demanding that Pauline Hanson should do something about Malcolm Roberts. Well, there is much chance of that happening as the Liberal Party polling going up where they could challenge for government once again. That's not happening, I don't think, ever. And it won't ever happen until the Liberal Party purge the moderates, but they're quickly running out of time. You either have a split of the Liberal Party where the moderates go one way, the Conservatives go the other, and you do a Barnaby and you look to form an alliance with One Nation. They are Conservatives in the Liberals and Conservatives in One Nation are a natural alliance. And the longer Angus Taylor or everybody else, because they're worried about their moderates, Angus Taylor is doing this, as is Tony Abbott, because they're worried that the moderates will undermine Taylor and replace him. That's what they're worried about. It's got nothing to do, this has got nothing to do with whether that's what Angus Taylor believes in. It was only a few weeks ago, Angus Taylor was all up and open for some sort of partnership with One Nation. Now, because Hastie's come out and opposed it, all of a sudden Angus Taylor's done a backflip, as has, sadly, Tony Abbott. So they don't want to have a partnership. Well, that's news to me. How the hell are you going to win government? So it looks like we could be getting Albo and his mob again in 28. Excuse me, guys. I want to have my coffee before it gets cold. And yes, it's a big mug. I need a bit of coffee. It's been a long day. So it's bizarre beyond belief what Angus Taylor is doing. And we'll go through this if I can find it. Oh, God. I can't remember her name now. How bad is that? When you get my age, you forget people's names. Alexandra, Ali. Oh, it should be Marshall. I think it's Marshall. Sorry, Ali. I know you by your first name, but she put a post up. I think it was put up a post today about the whole Malcolm Roberts interview. Sky News, who are nearly every bit as bad as ABC, they're trying to tear down One Nation at the moment. You've got Andrew Bolt coming and having a crack at Pauline Hanson about her daring to have an interview with Tommy Robinson, which is bizarre beyond belief. I've followed Tommy Robinson for years now, and yeah, he's got some things in his background, like we all have, that you're probably not proud of, but he's gone to jail for his beliefs. He's fought for his countrymen. He's fought for the women in his country that are being raped systematically by these Pakistani rape gangs. He's trying to save his country, its culture, and its heritage, like so many of us have done. He's been to jail twice for it. But, they just got to focus on the things he's got from his past when he was a young guy. And most of them are explainable away. So Bolt does his Piers Morgan thing and just has a crack at Pauline and Tommy Robinson. And how dare Pauline go and have what Pauline did was went over to England, went to Luton, where there is a big Islamic takeover of what was Tommy Robinson's hometown as a kid. And he showed us some of the issues in England they're facing. Pauline wanted to see it because she doesn't want that coming to Australia, though in parts of Australia probably already has. So good on Pauline. Great. That is a great initiative. Get over and see what the real world problems are if we keep allowing mass immigration to happen. And you couldn't pick a better place as the UK. But no, they can't focus on that. They've got to focus on Tommy Robinson. Andrew Bolt has lost the plot. I used to like Andrew Bolt a lot. But the older he's got, the more grumpy he's got. And little wonder people talk about boomers the way they do. If Andrew Bolt's going to be like that, him and Shanahan and that other idiot from the Australian, they all should just retire off into the sunset. They've done their bit of good, but they're just grumpy old men. They think we're still, I don't. I'm a boomer. but I'm more in touch with current society and the young ones coming through than they ever will be. So, it's just a bit nutty with the way they're going. And now Sky News, I say Fox News, they edited a clip with Malcolm Roberts, but they left up the main bit, as ABC does and mainstream media does, that would actually put him in the clear of the accusations they're making against him. So they've got to edit it to make Malcolm Roberts look bad, because if they showed the full clip, it would destroy the accusations they're trying to make. So they're coming for Malcolm Roberts. So you've now got mainstream media trying to tear down One Nation. You've got ALP trying to tear down One Nation. You've got the LNP trying to tear down One Nation. And you've got the Greens and the Teals trying to still tear down One Nation. Now, I'm not really too peeved about it, because we've all seen this show before. It may have a bit of an impact, but I'm actually more confident that the more incompetence that the LNP and ALP show, the more people will ultimately go to One Nation in the longer run. And if we don't, then we deserve everything that's coming our way. There was a really good thing by David Oldfield. I'll show it to you all later. I'm giving the guys, I'll do my monologue. I'm giving the guys hopefully a chance to log in. Actually, I'll just check my X. We did have trouble with this the other day. No, we look good there. We had trouble with getting the guys with the link into the invite link into the podcast. They had trouble with. So I'm just going to put it in there for a minute, guys, just to make sure. Just bear with me, guys. I just get this off. There we go. What I was up to? Yeah, so they're all coming for One Nation. Now, again, I'm not too peeved there. I'll tell you the biggest issue I've got with One Nation, which we discussed on Tuesday night, and this is more a Victorian-based issue, but it could carry over. We've been hearing for quite some time now the plethora of candidates, thousands apparently, candidates that One Nation have for the upcoming state election. Well, we're less than 20. By this weekend, it'll be down in 19 weeks. 19 weeks is not a long time in politics. It'll fly by. And the actual campaign for government in Victoria has already started. The Liberals and ALP are trading barbs already and about all sorts of policy. But we don't have a state leader. We don't have a state spokesman. This is from One Nation, a state spokesperson for Treasury. We don't have a state spokesperson for education or any cabinet post. We don't have any candidates. And we don't have state-specific policy. We've got federal policy on the One Nation website, but what about Victorian policy? Now, a lot of people out there will say, oh, it doesn't matter, we're going to vote One Nation anyway. Well, maybe for you, but do you want to change a government or not? I want to change a government. I want the ALP out of there by any means necessary, even if it means this time I have to tolerate a Labor light LNP government. I want One Nation to win. I want One Nation to have the balance of power, at minimum, or a senior partner in a coalition government with the LNP. Now, despite all their protest about how they're not going to work with One Nation or whatever, I'm pretty confident if after the election they can form a government with One Nation, why wouldn't you? Why would you let the ALP go in? Though I did have someone come in today, and it was a valid point. They said, what are the odds that if the seats fall the One Nation's way and they've got the most seats in a potential alliance with the LNP to form government, what are the odds that the actual LNP instead approach the ALP about forming government to deny One Nation government? I wouldn't put it past them. I don't think they'd do it because they would cop so much blowback. But it gives them government for 4 years and they sort of then deny One Nation any impact on government. It would be interesting if it happened. It'd be probably nearly revolutionary because I don't think the people would cop it. But who knows? The bastards in politics will do anything. Look at Albo's promise about the $275 reduction in energy prices. Are you finding your energy prices going down? I'm not. Look at his promise not to touch negative gearing. Well, yes, he has. Look at his promise to not touch the capital gains tax. There's promise after promise after promise that this bastard breaks. Now, apparently, even though we've had a referendum and we voted against the voice, the unions want him to bring it back. So they couldn't lie straight in bed. They're a bunch of lying dogs, and that goes right across our politics at the moment. And it's really sad. The politicians are now in the same gut. When I grew up, the people you never used to trust were insurance salespeople and car salespeople. You always rage, just be careful of those. Politicians were never mentioned. But right now, the people that I'd say the public don't trust the most would be politicians. Their reputation is in tatters, and it will take them decades of good government to try and get some sort of that reputational damage back. And I don't see it happening with the LNP or the ALP. Now, whether you want to say they're controlled by the globalists, whatever it is, they are certainly consumed with what they think is the politics of the day. So, for example, on climate change, they don't care whether that's going to do a bunch of harm to the Australian economy, Australian businesses, Australian energy users. If they think it can help them in the polls, they will go about it. So, for example, the Liberals have announced a policy where they're going to not adhere to net zero anymore. Good. But they won't pull out of Paris. They don't want the ALP to have a stick to beat them around the head in the lead up to the next election. So they want to be saying, oh, well, we care about the environment. We're just not having net zero ambitions. So it doesn't get us out of the crap that we're in, ultimately. Have they said anything about nuclear? Not so far that I know. They haven't launched a nuclear policy. Again, sorry, guys, I got a drink before it gets too cold. So if you're like me, you're fed up with everything that you're seeing. But don't forget, we can't have a nuclear industry here, but we can export it to India. We can send all our uranium over there where they can develop a nuclear industry and a military arsenal of nuclear weapons. But no, Australia can't have it, even though they're not even signatories on the non-nuclear policy. So the nuclear proliferation policy or whatever it is, basically where you're not going to expand your military arsenal of nuclear weapons. Well, Australia should be building its own because we don't have a defence force that can protect us from a legitimate invader. And if you can't, there's an absolute truth in history that no one can deny. If you can't defend your country, you're going to lose it. Happens over and over and over again. So it's been going on since Cain killed Abel. So all kind of nuts, all kind of crazy. So we'll get into a few things. I was hoping if one or two of the lads would get on so we could have a discussion. Doesn't look like it at the moment. That's all right. I can keep talking. We'll share some stuff and we'll go through. Got a few subjects I want to address, which I've already touched on. And if any of the boys jump on, we'll go from there. If they don't jump on, good. I get an early night and I can watch the footy. So when I say football, I'm talking AFL. Commiserations if you're a soccer supporter and you're hoping the Poms would win today. Yeah, probably could see that one coming. All right, let's share our latest on X. Let's listen to Sarah Hanson-Young. Again, having a crack.
To look after Gina and the billionaires. Pauline Hanson is not looking after Australians. She's hanging out and taking her orders from Gina Reinhart. That says everything about what she actually thinks about this country. And I question why Pauline Hanson, I question whether Pauline Hanson even likes Australia. And everything we stand for, our multicultural nation, our beautiful environment, our notion of a fair go, of equality. And you've got to wonder, she doesn't seem to like any of that, but she certainly likes Gina. A strategy.
God, she's an ugly woman. And I'm not talking on the outside. I am talking on the inside.
Pauline Hanson is not.
She's typical Greens. She's talking about loving Australia. I mean, seriously, a Greens. What I don't understand with Australian voters is how the hell do these guys poll 14%? Every time I find a Green person who votes Greens, it's the same answer every single time. I vote Greens because of the environment. These guys don't stand for the environment. They want wind turbines all over the landscape. Wind turbines cause so much damage to the environment with the trees they get cut down, the nature, the animals that they kill that rely on that tree felling. They've caused more damage with their wind farms than ever a dam could. But look at this one. She hates this country with a passion. She wants us divided. She just said there with the old, anyone now who comes at you with the multicultural bullshit, they just want us divided into little potholes of different cultures, different groups, Indian Australians, Chinese Australians, Middle Eastern Australians, Russian Australians. What about Australian Australians? You come to Australia, you be Australian. And I've got a lot of friends who are recent immigrants or daughters and sons of immigrants, and they're happy to be Aussie. They still have their links to their culture and their countries back home and their families back home, just like many Australians do back in England. But they're Aussies. Their kids are Aussies. They want Australia to be successful. I was watching a clip of an Indian guy who runs his own business. Good on him. And he was saying this day that there's a lot of Indians out there that are not going to get sucked in by this elbow event in Melbourne at Marvel Stadium. If that's the case, then my respect for the Indian community will go up a bit. But it was stupid by the Indian community to have that event. I don't know who organised it. I don't think anybody still yet knows who organised it, but they shouldn't have done it. You can still acknowledge Modi without having to have that event. Anyway, let's see what else we've got in our pipeline. That one wasn't one I was intending. Yeah, Ali Marshall. So the press thinks they can destroy one nation. Let's say they succeed. What are you left with? yeah, the same fuckwits who destroyed the country for the last 50 years. Only now they've got their comfy echo chamber back. Yeah, she's spot on. Spot on, Ali. We've got to get you on the program, Ali, if you ever watch this. Got to get you on. Let's go back. I want to get into a few of these. Here's Angus Taylor. This is Angus Taylor last night on the 7:30 report.
You categorically rule out doing a deal with One Nation to form government?
Oh, we've got absolutely no plan for a deal with One Nation to form government. We want to form government in our own right, in our coalition, the Liberal and National Party coalition.
Don't Liberal voters have a right to know that this party that would cause, as you describe it, an eternity of pain is one...
And that eternity of pain, Taylor said that. What have the ALP and Liberals been doing for the last 50 years? Now, to give them credit, Hawke and Howard were decent economic managers. They didn't leave us in the mess we're currently in. We certainly were nowhere near as divided as what we are now. Anybody my age remembers, for example, the Admiral's Cup when we defeated America. The country was united. The Commonwealth Games, the country was united. The Sydney Olympics, the country was united. We haven't been united now for nearly 20 years, maybe 25. Probably not since Rudd took over. Country has not been united. So this eternity of pain, it's just utter bullshit. What is the LNP trying to achieve here? Do they think magically that the whole electorate is going to regain confidence in them? Do they think by tearing down One Nation they can retrieve their old opposition status that they used to enjoy? I mean, are they that dumb? I think they are. Now, let's listen to the rest of it.
You would never form government with under any circumstances.
Well, as I say, we've got absolutely no plan to form government with a
party.
party.
Not quite the same as ruling it out. That's what I'm looking for.
As I say, I want a coalition with the National Party, not just going into the next election, but post the next election in government. That's the plan. That is... There's no ambiguity about that.
Well,
and can I explain why?
I just want to be absolutely clear about the ambiguity here. You say that there is no ambiguity, but I'm asking you to rule it out as an option.
So why should he? Why should he rule it out? Why would any politician rule out any potential until you get to the election? He doesn't know how the votes are going to think. He might have to save his party. He might have 15 seats left in the lower house and One Nation have 60. Why would you rule it out? All you're doing is tying your hands behind your back. And he's playing politics here. Oh, we've got no plan. That is ambiguity. She's right to call him out on ambiguity. He's not being a strong leader at all. He's covering his ass. That's what he's doing.
Doesn't leaving it unruled out, leave it on the table.
No, I'm ruling it out. There's no plan. There's no
You're
plan.
ruling it out.
Well, there is no plan. I can tell you right now, and I have been very clear about this 100 times. I don't know how many times, but many, many
Very
times.
clear. No,
and the reason is simple: that One Nation would, as a government, leave us with an eternity of pain.
Oh my God!
They have a grab bag of policies where even just a small subset of them.
That is actually a lie. If you need to do this. I get on the One Nation website, look at their policy platform. Get onto the Liberal National Party and look at their policy platform. What you'll find out actually is a lot of the LNP policy platform doesn't meet the same set of values, for example, that you see on that same Liberal National Party or the Liberal website in particular. So the Nationals are going to be the interesting one because they've got more in common with the One Nation than they do in the Liberals. Yet Matt Canavan, for some bizarre reason, wants to tear down One Nation.
Would take this country into a fiscal crisis, higher inflation, higher interest rates, higher mortgage costs, and that's not something Australians can afford when we are in the midst of an economic crisis of Labor's creation.
So if you will allow me just one more time to pose the question, because there is a slight difference between there is no plan and I, Angus Taylor, as the leader of the Liberal Party, am ruling out forming government.
Well, I've already done that.
You've ruled
and
it
I've
out.
said that there is no plan to form any kind of coalition with One Nation.
You categorically.
Well, that makes Angus Taylor an idiot. Everyone says how smart he is. That makes him an idiot, and it makes all the people around him advising him idiots. And I'm sad to say, if that's what Tony Abbott's advice is, sorry, Tony, you're an idiot too. It's nuts. This is like me going into a football game as a coach, playing with only 17 players against 24. I mean, you're going in with one arm tied behind your back. It's actually worse, really, if you go by the polls. You'd go in there with a third of a team when you could take in a full team with a strong bench to take on the opposition. Instead, you've chosen, no, I don't want those guys, so I'm just going to go in with a third of my team. You know, because that's what the poll numbers are showing. It's roughly a third of the votes for the ALP, One Nation, and the Liberals. And if the ALP and One Nation combine, no way. There is no way ALP is winning. And they don't have to combine even in a coalition. They just have to make a commitment. If the numbers fall that way and they can form a coalition government to deny the ALP government, they'll do that. I think everyone would say hallelujah. But they can't say that. You know, let's keep elbowing government so we can have another Melbourne Welcomes Modi event. Could be something else. Could be President Xi. Who knows? Who knows who they welcome? Just the Liberals are just on a death wish. It's just I've never seen anything like it. Here's something, and like I said here, we need a royal commission into this if this is true. So apparently, this guy on the left, well done to Lisa, rents are skyrocketing, Labor keeps shipping in immigrants, and their MPs keep buying houses. Now, we need some sort of investigation into this, find out what's fact, what's fiction. Labor Assistant Manager, Kate Twaits, that's the nitwit there. She's a nitwit, most of them are, but she's purchased her fourth property, a holiday home. We're in a housing crisis. Why do ALP politicians, and she's not the only one, why do they need more than one property? Why? Sell it off. Do your part. The Honourable Dr. Andrew Charlton, well, apparently he has got a bunch of properties. So I'll see if I can get in there. And she's pictured here with another Labor MP, Andrew Charlton, who owns $40 million worth of property. My goodness, that's ridiculous. You know, they seem to go into politics and on a politician's wage, which is nice, but it's still not one that should allow you to be owning 4 homes or whatever. So where's this money coming from? but apparently they can all invest in property and own a lot more of it, while the normal everyday Aussies are struggling on both the rental market and getting their own place. Nuts. All right, here's the one I was talking about before. I'll see if I can open this. These are, let's share that tab in. So these are the Labor ministers. I'll go back into one screen so it's easier to see. These are the ALP. Can I maximise that? Mill Park. Lily, if you don't live in Victoria, you're probably not going to understand this. Lily D'Ambrosio. So she is the energy minister, for example. Some people would know her. Nina Taylor. No idea. Jacinta Allen, Premier. Everyone would know her. Not fondly. Meng Hung Tak. These are all, look at their margins. Darren Cheeseman. Might know him. I've heard of him. Natalie Suleiman. Don't know her. Mary Ann Thomas, don't know her. Vicky Ward, don't know her. Pauline Richards, don't know her. Natalie Hutchins, don't know her. Belinda Wilson, don't really know her. Paul Edbroke, don't know them. Alison Merchant, don't know them. And Gary Mass, don't know any of those. Now, that's because in Victoria, we have had a, I'll get out of that. We have had a ALP government dominated by Dan Andrews, who basically run the whole show with a few supporters like Jacinta Allen. So, but they're all going to get back in. They've all got margins of 8% in their set. It's going to need a huge swing to get rid of those bastards out of our parliament. And so even if they get put into opposition, but I think the best we can hope for in Victoria, and I'm hoping for it, is a minority LNP government with the support of One Nation. That's the best I think we can hope for. So let's hope One Nation, for example, because they're polling strongly, poll just as strongly in the upper house where they get a balance of power situation. So, but if the LNP got a one-seat majority, they're doing well. And if that happens, and all these people we don't know, these randoms, people don't research their candidates. These aren't well-known people, but they've participated, for example, in voting down the inquiry into the big build. So, oh, God, I've lost my thing. Sorry, guys. I'll get it back up. So this is the problem when you're talking about fraud and things like fraud. As it said, remember these names. These people were elected to protect your interest, but they have refused to call a royal commission into serious corruption allegations on the big build. Well, every one of these bastards will still be there after the November election. They're still going to do everything they can to make sure there's no inquiry or no royal commission into it. So unless people wake up and start voting for anything but the ALP, you'll never get a proper investigation into it. So anyway, this is a bit of the story that was today. I'll just go read through it. Keating pushes to merge Centrelink with superannuation. Just listen to this. Why does Paul Keating still have an influence here? Paul Keating has told the government to integrate its public social security system with the private retirement savings sector in what would be the single biggest shake-up of the age pension in decades. The radical proposal to merge parts of Centrelink into the major super funds came as Aware Super Chief Executive Deanne Stewart told a roundtable that a growing number of retired Australians were only drawing down a minimal amounts from their nest eggs due to fears they would run out of money. That is responsible economics from those people. Surely in the current economic environment marked by persistent cost of living pressures and economic uncertainty, is it entirely understandable that many retirees are worried about outliving their savings? Absolutely it is. If someone chooses to draw down only the minimum from their super because they want the security of knowing they'll have enough in their later years, whose business is that? It's certainly not the government's. Couldn't agree more. Superannuation is compulsory private savings. It exists to provide Australians with financial independence in retirement, not to give the government another lever to influence how people spend their own money. And they're doing this because they're running out of money. So they've just got to get their dirty little fingers into that super pie so they can control it. It's nonsense. This is why we should be pissed off. I'm going to share this one. It's a bit of an old clip, I think, but I think it just reflects. When we talk about Aussie culture, when we talk about how we, what our values are, walking your dog, as I did today with my mutt, it's one of those things. So we shouldn't have another community that comes in as an immigrant community to change our freedom to walk our dogs wherever we want, as long as they're on a leash and as long as we got poo bags and all that sort of stuff, being responsible dog owners. Just have a listen into this, would you? We won't play the whole lot of it. You'll get the gist. Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
I'm not a Nazi. Stopping you from moving forward and not reaching the peak. What, just for calling the casino? I don't want to be called
Replay that. Sorry, guys. So just so you know, just to the background, there was an Islamic event or protest or something on, and there was a counter event on. So the police have decided to intervene because Islamists don't like dogs. Just don't like dogs. Well, I don't care. I'm not an Islamist. I don't care rat's ass. It's my city. It's my country. It's our streets. We all pay taxes to upgrade, except maybe in Melbourne, to upgrade the streets and make sure they're walkable and drivable for everyone. But according to the English police, who are becoming disgusting, not acceptable.
Hey, I'm no Nazi.
The police appeasing the leftists again. Yeah, appeasing the leftists again.
I'm not a Nazi. Stopping you from moving forward and not reaching the peak. What, just for calling the casino? I don't want to be called a Nazi. You shouldn't be allowed me to shout stuff like that.
Totalitarian female coppers, don't we? She got called a Nazi because she was walking a dog. It's kind of funny.
Tactics, so you can't say or do anything.
Just keep on going round.
Absolutely.
What do you mean move off? How pathetic are you?
From the British, we love you.
You're not going that way. Excuse me. Guys, two of you, please.
That's
two of you straight away.
No.
Can't walk in your own streets, in your own city, in your own country. I mean, if this is what Australians want, that's a classic example of where immigration has gone nuts. You come to our country, you respect our laws, you respect our way of life. Australians love their dogs. Australians like to walk their dogs. What do they call it? Harem or something, which is not unacceptable. My dog sleeps on my bed. I love having my dog on the end of my bed. He great security, by the way. But he sits on with me with the couch. He lives indoors. According to some Muslims, that's just disgraceful. I don't really care. You can have your beliefs. I'll have mine. If you don't want to have a dog, that's fine. Don't own a dog and mistreat it. All right? Don't, what do they call it? Oh, God. When they slaughter animals for their food. So whatever that, Muslims don't have a lot of high regard for animals. In many cases, as little regard for non-Muslims as well. So I don't really care. You come to my country, we love our dogs. We walk our dogs. And why are the police getting involved in this? They should be escorting that woman if she's legitimately walking a dog wherever she would like. This is what we're working against. This is what we've got to vote against. And if we allow the ALP, so this is to Angus Taylor and the like, if all you're going to do is have a crack at Pauline Hanson, Malcolm Roberts, and One Nation, all you're ultimately going to do is allow the ALP to get back into government and allow even bigger, larger immigration. Apparently till May this year, from January through to May, 500,000 people came in under immigration. That's going to be 1 million by the end of the year, the way it's going. We can't accommodate that. We just do not have the facilities, the housing, the infrastructure to accommodate that. But who cares? Because the ALP will be confident they can turn the vast bulk of them into voters for them. That's what it's all about. I tell you, have a look at this clip. This is Rocky. If you're a Rocky, I'm going to play the whole thing because I love this.
Name?
I'm Mike.
Acting's what I live and breathe for. And I gotta have faith in myself.
You need to show everyone who you are.
I like this girl, Sylvester.
Sylvester?
That's right, his real name.
It's got a nice ring to it. Sylvester Stallone. It's like Peter Parker.
Are you delusional? You don't got the looks to be a movie star. Not to mention, you talk like you got rocks in your mouth.
Yeah, I know I don't look like Einstein, but I got a brain. The only way for me to get to show people is me to have to write a script for myself.
Yeah, so do that. Write a script. And give yourself the best part. There's something big here.
You wrote this in 3.5 days. This is freaking good. Touch someone like Chuck Bronson, or we could do Eastwood.
Guys, I play Rocky.
I have no idea what that means.
So the writer wants to be in it, as the lead.
No, absolutely not. Throw some money at him. 25K.
No.
Raise the offer. Try 75. You're parking cars, for Christ's sake. Sylvester.
No.
175.
Go to 200.
No?
I'm not giving this up. Not for $1 million. Not for 10. Hey.
All right, now if you do this,
Comes with some strings.
if you ever fall one day behind schedule,
The meat's frozen solid.
They're gonna kick you to the curb.
You broke your hand.
and they can replace you with a real actor.
How do I even know what I'm doing is any good?
Just do the best acting of your life and everything will be fine.
How far behind schedule are they?
They're not.
This movie is about having a belief in yourself. It's about going the distance. I put my heart and soul on the page. If I'm not willing to live up to what I wrote, then what's the point? So do you believe in me? Or not? I thought you said you could box.
I lied.
Let go of the head.
I'm an actor, goddammit. You always lie.
Yeah.
That looks unbelievable. And speaking of Rocky, we've got Remy. He's joining us. G'day, young Remy. How are you, mate?
Hey, g'day, mate. Get yourself?
Hey, good. Good. Were you a Rocky fan, buddy?
I am. I guess I came in at the right time.
You did.
Horrible trailer, by the way.
Oh, didn't you like that trailer? I loved it, mate. It took me back to my days as a young guy. When I was younger, I just remember I was in my probably early to mid-20s, and we went to the cinema to watch it. And you know how in that one scene they've got everyone jumping up and cheering on Rocky? That's exactly what we did. Even though it was a movie, everyone was so into that film. And look, the following Rocky films I thought fell away, but that first Rocky film, everyone was cheering when he was in the title fight. We just wanted him to win so bad. And even though it was a film, the whole place was erupting. When they talk about uniting the country, you know, that was a great way of doing it. Takes you back to the years on what sort of values that should be important even today. You know, there's some values that are eternal. And forget the what do you call it? Oh, the preview. But the fact of the story behind it, that a person in America or Australia hopefully still can do it, can come up with an idea, to pitch the idea, come up with a plan, back themselves, despite everyone else saying, no, you can't do it, and then go on to be one of the most successful people on the planet. And when you see where he came from, that should give everyone some inspiration and hope. And that's exactly what we need back in this country again. We're so caught up in a lot of these issues that aren't important. They're important, but not into that part where you can elevate the country. We're into all these other nonsense. We're always spending our time doing, it seems these days, is arguing at each other. So I can't wait for that to come out. That is going to be a good film. And an old Rocky fan, an old boomer, is great.
Well, that's my problem, is that the movie already exists. It's already been made. And I don't know if you've watched the movie Tropic Thunder. comedy movie. Very funny.
Oh, I saw bits of it. I didn't like that one.
There's a scene in the movie where Robert Downey Jr. says, so you're going to be the dude who's disguising as the other dude, playing the other dude. So I don't know. Hollywood for me is dead. Nothing can bring it back, because if they can't be creative and if they can't make an original new Rocky and or some movie like that, I don't know. If I wanted to watch Rocky, I'd watch the original, which doesn't have that.
That's not the Rocky film, though. That's the story behind how he produced Rocky.
The behind the scenes, and I guarantee you, in about 10 years from now, we're going to see a behind the scenes of the Rocky movie.
Yeah, well, you got to give Rocky. It's a bit like Star Wars, mate. They just keep regurgitating it. So it'll be interesting. The other film that was out actually this week, I'm going to be interested to see it because I'm wanting to give it a try, but everyone's been against it because of the woke attributes to it, which is only 2 issues. But the Odyssey film, the previews look pretty good. So, no, you're right, mate. I've just been finishing my coffee. So, it'll be interesting. I do like those big films like Troy and Odyssey and all that sort of stuff as well. So,
the Odyssey, unfortunately, isn't going to be as good as Troy.
Troy,
it's something else. I mean, the one thing that I appreciate about the Odyssey, watching the behind the scenes, is the film format they shot with. They shot on 70mm film, so it's not digital, and even the color grading have been done the old analog way. So everything your eye sees it's the closest thing your eye can see. The best format, nothing is digital. It's all analog. It's going to be screened in analog as well, if I'm not mistaken, because if you're going to go that far, I remember being in Cannes Film Festival and they played some of the movies that Christopher Nolan, who I've met before.
Okay.
They played his films on the screen, and he insisted that the projectors were analog and not digital, just because he's got an eye for detail. But unfortunately, I guess he's trying to cater to the woke mob here by his casting.
Well, the theory I heard from it by today with the casting. So we're talking about Helen of Troy being a black woman who's bald, and we're talking that trans man, not trans woman. I've got to get it right. She actually has I feel sorry for her. She's got a pretty interesting story. Not a pretty interesting, a sad one. Like, she suffered from abuse and rape and all that. So she doesn't want to be basically a woman anymore. So she transitioned. And you can see it's messed with her. So that's incredibly sad. But she was supposed to be Achilles. But what I've read today, they've actually written a whole new person. So she's not Achilles because they didn't want the blowback. But they had to have a black woman. They had to have a trans woman, because now the academies won't hand out awards unless you have that diversity in your cast. So that's why Christopher Nolan's put those people in it, because he wants to get, which is understandable. I get it. He's a big movie producer. He wants his films to be acknowledged. He wants to win the award. If you're going to go, like you say, go into this big an effort for this film, you would want some recognition. So apparently he's gone by the outline of the awards now, and this is what we're going to get. If you want to win an Academy Award, if producers want to do it, they've got to have the diversity, they've got to have the woke. And in that way, if that's true, and it does give me a semblance that it's true, he's actually done it in a smart way, because he's given 2 bit roles to 2 people that satisfy the criteria for the awards. But isn't it sad that anybody who's making a film has to be worrying about that nonsense? It's such a reflection on society. So
he could have put his foot in the ground and cater to the viewers and not the Academy, not the panels.
He's not the first human being on this planet that's going to submit to greed. He won't. Well, I get it, and I'm not going to be judgmental of him for that. I mean, I think we've all done that at a time. Look, I do it sometimes as a coach in sport. I like the accolades. Everyone likes the accolades. We all love a pat on the back. So I'm not going to sit on judgment on him, especially as both with being a Christian. That's up to him.
But by taking that position, Bob, do you realize he didn't only offend an entire nation, Western nation, but he also offended in an entire country, which is Greece. And if you read what the Greek critics and commentators are saying, they can't believe it. They want to ban that movie in Greece.
Yeah,
it's that disgraceful to their history.
But the Greeks aren't deciding the Academy Awards.
Well, I mean, the cast is even talking with like an American accent, which is already like a setback for me. I don't know if I can, if I should have put it on mute when I watch it, but I will watch it. I'm not gonna pay for it. I'm probably gonna, watch it for free somewhere. There's no way I'm giving them more money.
I'm actually thinking about going to it only because, look, I'm a big believer. Forgetting all the other stuff, if there's a big film like that, and I've always had this thing, it's far better to watch it on a big screen than at home on the TV. So for that reason alone, and I do love the special effects. Some of them I've seen on the screen look amazing. So there's a lot there enticing me more to it. But people like yourself, I totally get it. We're sort of at the point, aren't we? If you're gonna protest against anything woke, whether it's a film, a TV series, music, sport, you're basically going to live as a hermit in your house because there's not much else out there. I sort of came to that a while ago. If you're going to worry about, for example, Sam Neill, who died this week, he's got a lot of leftist ideology, right? But he was an incredible actor. I like watching him, and I've sort of got sick of worrying about whether a lot of people now want to cancel actors because they're left or right or whatever. Can't we just enjoy the actor? Can't we just enjoy the film? There shouldn't be the woke DEI. I hope we push back against that as a time. But it's kind of sad that we have to impact on directors, filmmakers, musical artists, and say, well, if you don't make the music we want, the films we want, we're going to cancel you. So I think that comes from the people who produce it. Just produce the movie without any of the restrictions. Produce what you feel. Produce the music you feel. And then let the audience be the judge. We'll soon judge it. But yeah, I think everything's going to have woke DEI for a while. I was watching. They're
going to run out of money at some point.
Yeah. Well, they did say this will be the last big film ever on the review. They reckon this. Yeah, so it could be true. It is what was it yesterday? I was watching a Senate hearing in America, and they were asking these university lecturers about we're going to come back, and people in 100 years are going to look back at us at this point in time and go, how stupid were these people? Because they were asking these university lecturers, can a man have a uterus? The obvious answer to that is no. But the university lecturers could not bring them that to position because it would mean they would have to argue that the transitioning from either one sex to the other is absurd, So they resisted in the extreme. They just would not answer the question. And these Republican senators going, it's just a yes or no answer that. Surely you can say. Another one said, can a biological man become pregnant? And this woman who deals with pregnancies wouldn't answer the question because she was worried about what he was trying to insinuate. And he's going, it's a pretty simple question. Can a biological man become pregnant? The obvious answer is no. But they're twisting themselves inside out tonight. And these are supposedly experts and, lecturers in university and all that. And I'm going, oh, that's my God. What will they say in 100 years? So what
right.
Mate, I've been talking for a long time. Have you got any issues or news or anything from the week you want to raise?
There's a lot of soccer and World Cup stuff happening.
Yes.
That's been all over my timeline. But there's an interesting video I watched, I think yesterday, of a person that goes by the name of Sneeko, or as Chris, what's his name? Alex Jones puts it. Sneaky Sneeko. So the bloke is like traveling Saudi Arabia. As for for the people who don't know who Sneeko is how would you describe him, Bob?
Well, if I'm really going to describe him, just call him a dickhead. But he's an interesting one because he sort of tries to appeal to Middle America, but then like with the soccer and some things like they had that big celebration. I can't remember who won, but I think it was Egypt. And he basically gave the double bird to anybody who was a non-Muslim. So he tries to hide his radical Islamic tendencies with this middle America sort of push and puts himself as reasonable, but then at different times it exposes, and he's sort of is interesting. Nick Fuentes has really got under his skin, and he's had a meltdown recently. So he's now fled to Middle Eastern countries for his own safety.
He's in Saudi Arabia now, and that's the video I was talking about. He did his vlog there, and the guy is, I'm not sure what his IQ is, but if I have to really estimate it, judging on his behavior and the things that comes out of his mouth, I'd say he's roughly around 79 and it's 78, something like this. And the only reason why I'm giving him that high of a score, 79, is because he's at least knows how to make himself famous. He knows how to be controversial. He knows how to get under people's skins and get the views and get the money. So basically in this video, he goes to a Jewish town, a ruin of a Jewish town in Saudi Arabia. Which is ironic because he's all against
Zionist Jews in Israel. Yes.
The irony is he's all pro Gaza and how you shouldn't get rid of the people who live here and blah 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 blah. He preaches all that, and then he shows you how the old Saudi Arabia got rid of all the Jewish town and drove them out of their land there in North Saudi Arabia. But he doesn't even know what he's talking about. The guy is filming the ruins and he sees a metal bucket that's probably a rusted 20-year-old water bucket, and he calls it how amazing is this? This is probably 1,400 years old, blah, blah, blah. And he's filming the metal bucket that's clearly been, it's clearly like a 10, 20-year-old bucket that's just rusting in the sun. So he's very deceiving. He's very, he writes history as he goes. He doesn't really cares to fact check things or cares to tell the truth. He's not about that. In fact, the taxi driver, the poor taxi driver who given him a ride is a Yemeni. He's from Yemen, a Yemeni gentleman who's trying to make a buck. Yemenis in general in Saudi Arabia are very unfortunate, low class who is there to support their families back home. And the first thing that comes out of Sneaker's mouth is, oh, you're from Yemen? Oh wow. Let's go the Houthis, death to America, blah, blah, blah. And the guy doesn't speak English, so he just nods his head and he's like, yeah. But, he just puts that man's life in jeopardy now because he's going to get a backlash. The aftermath of just him nodding is going to get him in a lot of trouble in Saudi Arabia, whether it's by authorities or either by friends or family, because you can't say crap like that in Saudi Arabia. You can't praise the Houthis or you can't say death to America and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of influencers like that now. I mean, Candace Owens, you see where you rate her IQ, Tucker Carlson, but Candace, I mean, she's and what gets me is how many people just follow on. It's just so easy for people to get sucked into all these different theories. I mean, at the end of the day, the evidence, if you listen to it, is pretty overwhelming that Tyler Robinson killed him. Is there anyone else involved? I don't know, but I'll guarantee neither does Candace. I'll guarantee neither does Tucker Carlson. He gets onto his program yesterday. He's having a crack, I don't know, some latest theory, and he keeps saying, oh, it's a fact. It's a fact. It's a fact. Well, prove it's a fact. I mean, and when they don't do it, they do put other people at risk because if you they've got big audiences, millions of people who follow them. You only need one nutter like Tyler Robinson to go, you know what? Erica Kirk shouldn't be able to live. There was a guy they had on, he was in the military, he's come out, and he accused Trump of, he was going to stand for the Senate in America. And he put out a video and he said, Trump is the Antichrist and we must kill him. And I'm going, this is what we're developing in the thing. You can't even have an opinion or an approach without some idiot inspire, and this is where I do give Nick Fuentes some credit. They make these rubbish conspiracy theories, and they hope that it's like throwing a dart at a dartboard, and they hope something lands so they can get the clicks and all that. They don't care about the repercussions from those clicks. Sneeko is a classic one. Alex Jones is just as bad. All these ones, just if you're that desperate to get clicks that you'd put another person's life at risk, what the hell are you doing? I mean, and all of these profess their Christianity and all this sort of nonsense, and I'm going, you must have been taught a different version.
Don't get me started on that, Bob. What do you call them? It's a trend. It's a Christian trend. So cultural Christian is what you would call them. They like to.
I've got one here from Jordan Peterson. I'm going to share it later on. And he's been quite crook, really crook, like close to death. And he made an observation on, the common term of judo Christianity. And a lot of people who anti-Israel or Jews, they don't like that connection, which I've always found pretty interesting, because if you go through the Bible, 2/3 of the Bible is the Jewish Bible. There is a sort of flow on, and the fact that Jesus and his disciples were all Jewish, well, okay, there is a connection there. And Jordan,
have any of these people read the Bible? You think?
Who?
Any of these people who claim to?
I think they just get sucked in. Most people, I don't know. It's just all theories. I don't want to go down that same theory. The only way I can explain it, let's not say as theory, these people get exposed late to the Bible and they don't read it, they get told about it. And when you get told about it, you can't fact check it. So, like when I read the Bible, I did read the New Testament first, but I was raised by my mum. The reason I read the New Testament, because all the way through my education system in Catholic schools, we were given predominantly the Old Testament stories, about Moses leading the people out of Egypt, Noah's Ark, all that. I was more real keen to really read about Jesus because, that's where the big story's at, isn't it? It's all about Jesus. But Candace Owens, she didn't have to get onto Jordan Peterson's thing. And this is a guy who's been really crook. And then she starts having a crack at him about lecturing Christians about what they should be believing. Weren't you supposed to be sick? Why are you getting on the internet to lecture us Christians? Blah, blah, blah. I responded. She naturally won't respond it. But, it was Jesus Christ himself. It was a Jew who got crucified that said some of the most amazing words while he was dying on that cross that over 2 millennia later is still talked about, is still written about. So just because you're close to death doesn't mean you can't express an opinion. Sorry. You go.
I'm sorry. You go.
All right. So, Candace Owens expresses a stupid opinion every day. Like this week, she was talking, the reason they killed, it's just they should write a book on it. They had that 101 reasons for something. They should have that with Candace, because her latest reason now for Charlie Kirk getting assassinated is because Charlie Kirk refused to be in a plot to assassinate her. And I'm going, and people believe this shit.
You're joking.
Pardon?
You're joking.
No, that's the latest. Yeah, get on, have a look. She came up with it this week.
Wow.
What was the other one? Because everyone's talking, in the case they're having, the public case about Tyler Robertson, and everyone's referring it to overwhelming evidence, which it pretty much is. She's saying that because everyone's using the word overwhelming, that's proof of a conspiracy. It's a psyop. I've gone, this woman needs some serious help. But, mate, I'll get blowback from saying that from people who just, every time I mention Tucker, I get blowback on it.
Yeah. Of course. I mean, part of me feels very sorry for these people who fall for these lies by Candace and so on, because, Bob, this wasn't the case until COVID lockdowns and we lost trust in the media. I couldn't believe anything that I see. Like, it's insane, because all the propaganda by the medical the medical clan, the media clan, it just makes you wonder. And I still have friends from that era who are still stuck in that everything you see is not real. I have friends who are very close to me that have unfortunately got to the point where they will even mistrust me because they would rather believe what Candace is telling them than what I tell them about a living experience, about something I've seen with my own eyes. No, you gotta go with, So in a way, what Candace and the others have managed to do is capitalize on the mistrust in the media, and they became the fake media themselves. And there's a left-right switch where, the horseshoe is meeting, and the extreme right and the extreme left are no different than each other.
Well, what in many ways, what is the left and what is the right? It's starting to become. I mean, if you listen to J.D. Vance's interview with Joe Rogan today, I'm going, well, the conversations in the White House are going to be extremely interesting moving forward. I mean, even in Australia, we've got, I don't know whether you follow Alexandra Marshall on X. She's really good. She's a conservative, but she's lost faith like we all have in the major parties, and we're all leaning towards One Nation. But everyone's coming now for One Nation, which was naturally going to happen. But I am a bit surprised by Sky News. I didn't think they would, because they've had Pauline on a lot, and they seem to be pushing it. But there's been a bit of a change there now. So Malcolm Roberts was asked about chemtrails. Now, I've had Malcolm Roberts on an interview with me. He's a decent guy. I had him for 2.5 hours. We talked about everything. And he gave up his time to do that. He didn't have to. And they asked him a question about chemtrails. He gave a response, but Sky News edited only half the response to make him look bad. Alexandra Marshall published the rest of the response, which makes the whole response look entirely reasonable. So they've got Chris Kenny and Andrew Bolt now attacking Malcolm Roberts, knowing that they've misled people and saying Pauline's got to do something about Malcolm Roberts. They're trying to make One Nation look like a rabble so they can get the Liberals back to where they were. I just don't think even a lot of these people in the media understand social media still to this day. I just don't. There's a lot of people on there that are going to embarrass you by putting out a full unedited video or text, so you can't get away with this bullshit anymore.
That's right.
But this is where we all lose faith in them. We lose faith in the politicians. We lose, and you've got Angus Taylor now coming out attacking One Nation, saying they're going to do more harm than the ALP. Well, if you've got a modicum of IQ and you look at the One Nation policy page and the LNP policy page, there's not a lot of difference. So if One Nation's going to cause a lot of damage, what is the Liberal National Party going to do? I mean, they just take us for being stupid, and that we all follow these political parties like we do a football team. No one trusts them anymore. No one trusts them.
That's right.
I mean, we were talking about, I don't know whether you listened to it, when me and Ben go, we go for quite a while, but on Tuesday we're talking about this, and in a few past, if they keep pursuing this politics, we're going to get to a point in this country where everyone loses total faith in political parties and politicians. And you see it on social media all the time. We're not going to vote our way out of this. When the majority of the population think we're not going to vote our way out of this, you're at a very dangerous point as a country, because where do you go to next if you can't vote your way out of it?
That's right.
And now you've got Albo talking about how he's going to control AI and have a department and all that. I'm going, seriously, Albo? He wouldn't even understand what an app is, let alone AI. So it's just, I was watching a really good film last night. See if I can get it up. You may have seen it. Truth and Treason. That's it. Have you seen that? It's about the youngest person in Germany who committed treason against Hitler and Germany, and he got executed. I didn't know this. They actually beheaded people with the guillotine in Germany still in World War II. And it was quite interesting, and all he was doing was writing these comments about Hitler's government and posting them everywhere and putting them in letterboxes, right? So he didn't have the internet. If you wanted to get the message out and your argument out, you had to go out there. So they cancelled him by killing him. They beat him up and all these other people. I'm thinking, we're not quite that bad, but we're in a very similar boat. We just do it via social media. if you're trying to get your message out, you're in a lot of trouble. If you try and get your message out, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but Blair Cottrell, and we had a silly argument whether he's a Nazi or not. If he's not a Nazi, he's certainly got Nazi sympathies. But if he wanted to come on like you, I'd have him on, I'd talk to him. But if I did that now because of the hate speech laws, I could be in trouble. Everyone can be in trouble now because they put those silly hate speech laws in. And I'm thinking, Australia's actually getting as bad as Nazi Germany. You can't express an opinion for or against certain individuals, governments, organisation without the fear of an oppressive government, bureaucrat, police officer, whatever, coming down on you and you having to face some sort of legal action, which a lot of Australians can't afford. And it's all right to say speak your mind, but if you dare speak your mind too much, you can find yourself now in a lot of trouble. So, I'm just waiting for digital ID to come in because that's a guarantee if we keep going the way we're going. But now.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, look, like speaking of platforming people, I'm all for freedom of speech, but I also believe that there are limits on freedom of speech. I think if somebody out there is calling for, for violence and these sort of things,
yes, 100%.
I mean, the only people, like when you grant people like this a platform, the only people you are catering for are the nut jobs that follow them and the nut jobs that really wants to listen to them because they've got nothing else to add to the conversation other than violence and rage and no common sense whatsoever. Like 95% of what comes out of their mouth is just complete BS.
Yeah.
Obviously the clock is right twice a day and they get some, they say things that I agree with, but if the majority of what they're saying is total rubbish and that's not what the conservatives are all about, and unfortunately that pool is shrinking of conservatives who believe in conservative values or even libertarians. It's just becoming either this extreme or that extreme. And I like being in the middle where I could agree with someone I disagree with.
Yes.
I'm happy to be there. I'm happy to sit down with a Labor voter and he could still vote for Labor. I don't care. However, like if at least there's some sort of cohesion and agreement on specific civics, yeah, sure, I'll be my guess. And I think the other part of the problem, Bob, is there's a lot of people that don't speak out. There's a lot of people that don't want to put themselves in that silly position where they could be ostracized or criticized online. I feel like I should have done that more where I would, I'm not comfortable in the front of the camera.
Yeah.
I like to remain private. But it got to a point where, it's just too much. You know what? I'm going to speak up. Like, I'm going to go out and speak my mind and all these sort of things.
Yeah.
More people needs to do it. More people, because right now that bubble is filled with all nut jobs because they're not afraid to get on the camera and get the clicks and get the views. There needs to be ordinary, normal people with common sense who will come out and speak such as yourself and others.
We got a comment here from Judy B. She always contributes. Judy, maybe one day, because I think I've answered this one a fair bit. We'll show it up there, just for Judy's sake. So what are Nazi sympathisers to you, Bob? White Australians, as in the White Australia policy we had until the 60s, 70s or something else? I think it's a bit of a combination of both. And Judy, I think I've answered sort of the same along. I'm not for the White Australia policy. But if you go around, for example, and you're wearing black boots and black shoes and you sort of got a manipulated flag of what the Nazi was, and you call yourself, for example, NSN, the National Socialist Network, the Nazis were the National Socialists, I think you probably got some Nazi sympathies. And if you're virulently anti-Jew, you're obviously a Nazi. I'm not virulently anti-Jew. I've got some really good Jewish friends and families. I've coached them better. I've also got some people I don't particularly like from the Jewish community. I can say that about every single demographic. But first and foremost, I'm a Christian, and I've mentioned this as you have too, Rami, that has learned to accept everyone as a creation of God. I can't be a Christian and have hatred in my heart for any other human. What I can have hatred is the ideology that they can produce, which goes into what you were just saying about violence and all that sort of thing. I do. What was the name? You'd know this. What was the name of that American film? The actor in it, he's a really good actor. I like him. But it was about a young guy. He had the big Nazi swastika on his cross. He assaulted.
American History X.
That's it, American History X. So the one thing that I actually do, because I've actually had this in my life when I coach a lot of young guys, and it surprised me of what I'm the most surprised. I have these conversations because I unlike you, because probably I come from a family of 10, I don't mind the political back and forth. I can deal with that. A lot of others can't. And so a lot of the young guys I coach, they don't get that at home. So when they find that I actually will talk about it, we get into these real deep and meaningfuls. For example, I had 2 Jewish boys I used to coach, and we had a bit of a function around one of their flats. We had a team bonding thing, and his parents weren't there, which I had a crack at him about, but we had half a dozen of us. There was 2 adults in there, and they started asking us about Christianity. And I find this a lot with Jewish kids. They actually want to know a lot. I also find it, funnily enough, with Islamic kids, because I think Christians are very comfortable about discussing Christianity, whereas if you're Jewish or Islamic and you're, say, a moderate, you know if you raise your faith, it can lead to arguments, so they naturally don't do it. So when they're in a comfortable environment, it leads to one. Because they noticed in my place that I had this Bible, and I picked it up, and he wanted a quote, and so I gave him a quote from the Bible to talk about Jesus a bit. That's what he's asking. And then I had the whistle went off on my kettle for coffee. So I had the Bible in my hand. I just threw it down on the coffee table, right? They nearly fell off their chair. You can't do that. I'm going, what do you mean? He goes, you just threw the Bible on the coffee table. I said, yes, so? And he goes, isn't that like a sacrilege thing in your faith? You're not allowed to do that? She goes, we can't throw the Jewish Bible on the table. I said, well, mate, that's why I'm Christian. I can do whatever the hell I like. I mean, I said, when I read that Bible, it follows me everywhere, the toilet, the bedroom, whatever I want to do. I said, I have all my books. I said, I don't think God's going to send me to hell because I put a Bible on a coffee table. He goes, no, but you've got to place it respectfully. I'm going, oh my God, boys. So anyway, we had some talks, and it really led to some strong conversations with these boys. I had some others, and I'm just on politics generally between conservative and
these kids were gaslighting you, by the way.
Well, no, I don't think they were. I mean, I could see. I'm pretty good with this. I'm a tune with it. I actually do. Maybe their parents were a bit stricter. I don't know. But when the whole purpose behind that, on an American History X, you had that. I remember the guy who was, I don't know whether he was what sort of worker he was, but he worked with the prisoners, and he was talking to him. It had impact on that guy to change the way he was thinking. And he then regretted, taking his brother, ended up dying down that Nazi ideology pathway. Now, that could be applying to radical Islam, Nazism, whatever, any ideology that encourages violence against others, right? So if I'm having a talk with someone who, like when you said you've got all their followers, see, this is where I'm a bit different than what you're saying. So let's say I had someone who's that ideology, not necessarily Blair, don't want to get him in trouble, but they come on board and they have all their people come on, which I've had a bit with Ben, right? And they've got their hatreds, whatever they're going, so they're going to not like you. You might have 1,000 of them there, but if you get through to one, you've had an impact. So if I have a conversation with someone who's radical, and yeah, they might go and think, but if I can make one of those followers say, you know what, stop. What Bob's saying there, actually, I agree with that, and it starts making them think a little bit more. I've actually had that experience with a lot of young guys that I've coached through the years, and even young men that I've coached through the years, for nothing but expressing what I believe in. Now, if they don't like it, great, but if you get through to one, guess what that one will now do? That one will go and do the same thing. He'll start talking to others. Well, did you know this? And this is why I think democracy and freedom of speech is so important. When you and bury that with hate speech laws, you can't have those conversations. You can't win that battle of ideas. You can't. You're leaving the the radicals, on whatever ideology it is, they will still find a way to communicate their hate speech, if you want to call it that. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I think hate speech is a silly term because who decides what's hate speech, right? But if good people are taken away from talking to those people who can be radicalized, the radical ones will keep radicalizing those youth. You've got to have somebody that can say to these youth before they get radicalized, hey, that's not the way to go. And we used to have that. We don't have it as much growing up. Why? Because the family's been broken up. Young men don't have their fathers in their lives, don't have their uncles in their lives, don't have sometimes bigger brothers in their lives. So the ones who gave you the ethics and values as you're growing up. So I sort of understand what you're saying, but I also disagree a little. I don't agree with platforming someone that would encourage violence. If I ever got anyone on that program, I'd kick them straight off. But if we're going to have a talk on an ideology and have that, even though I know his ideology might be leading down that path, I still think there's probably some merit maybe even having that discussion because you can get through to someone else. You know you're not going to win that debate with him, but you can win that debate with someone else. So I think it's healthy. But I can understand reasons why people would disagree with it. Personally, and I said this to Ben the other day because he was asking me who do I want on and who do I not. I said, well, there's some people I've got to be careful because I've still got my own company to run. I've still got my business to get going. I've got staff to employ. I've got big plans for what I want to do in the next 10 years. Look, I don't want to put that.
Fair enough.
You know, so I'm happy to, more than most, I'm happy to have my opinion. But if it gets down to a point that the law is going to come for me and the government,
got
to weigh that up.
That's not right.
Yeah, there was this kid in the film last night, and it's a true story, by the way. He sacrificed his life to expose Hitler, and it cost him. Got his head cut off. And it was quite interesting. It was only in 1942, which is pretty interesting because in August 1942, he got executed. That's when Hitler was at the peak of his powers. They'd invaded Russia and got all the way to Stalingrad, all that sort of thing. So you think most Germans by then. So that was I thought it would have been more based around 43, 44 when, Germany was starting to be attacked on all fronts. But 42 was still pretty early in the war. So that was a bit surprising he was 17 when he got executed.
Yeah.
So, and you'd know from your background, mate, in the Middle East and those sorts of countries, how many Iranians have been executed that were young people fighting for their freedoms?
There's a river near my house where I grew up in Iraq, where fish used to be really big.
Yeah.
And they were very big for one reason, or one of the reasons why they were very big is because there was a human shredder on that river.
Human shredder?
There was a human shredder. So they used to get fed like all the meat, all the humans that's been shredded and minced, because people couldn't speak anything. There's a lot of people that don't know this interesting fact, including Iraqis themselves, because they very uneducated when it comes to socialism and communism. But Iraq was a socialist communist country.
Mm.
And it blows my mind. Like it's very evident that's what the Ba'ath Party was. Yet even people who lived through that era would praise socialism, and because there was a couple of other socialist parties in the country that were persecuted because another socialist had the power grip. So they thought they were two different things. That's not real socialism. The real socialism is, the guys who are that were, it's the same policies. It's the same. Was these people going to
socialism, Marxism, communism, Fabianism? It's all the same. I like to say two wings of the same bird with the uni party. On the left, the ALP aren't the same as the ALP. They're incompetent, they're pathetic, all that, but they're not the same as the ALP. Yeah, they might get there. Hey, mate, because the footy's on tonight, I've got a few subjects here. So we've already touched on a couple. Let's go through them and do a bit of a general one. So we've gone on Angus Taylor. We've gone on the dog and the Islam. Ali Marshall we talked about. We talked about those bastards raiding our super, which are going back for. You talked about COVID. Josh Frydenberg, he's published a book about his political career. Here's my opinion for what it's worth.
Okay.
Every politician, left and right, both sides of the aisle, unless they oppose the mandatory vaccines during COVID, any proceeds from any, what do they call them? When they write, biographies, any biographies or stories from their political career, any profit from the funds of that should go to victims of those COVID injections. They should not see a single dollar of profit for what they did to this country in that time. Scott Morrison shouldn't, Frydenberg shouldn't, Greg Hunt shouldn't, bloody Daniel Andrews shouldn't. None of them shouldn't. And the same with the bureaucrats who put us through that hell for 3 years. Not one of them should see a dollar in profit when they put so many Australians through that misery. To make a profit out of that misery is disgraceful. But he's published his book today.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
I agree with you. It's a shame that these people still walk in with pride. It's like you guys destroyed the country. Not just for this generation, for the next couple of generations as well. Australians would have been way better off in the future, especially the young ones. If you didn't screw up the one job you had to do, which is make sure that the money flowing, work is happening, and you're not forcing things on people. It's a shame. Sweden is one of the few countries that did the opposite of what we did here, and they didn't have to go through the same struggle that we're going through now. The aftermath.
They've got a bit of different struggles. Mind you, they're starting to push back, them in Denmark. They're starting to talk like a lot of people talking about remigration and all that. They've been through hell, though. Sweden was probably the first one with the immigration impact, even before England.
True, yeah.
But they're looking they're going to get, I don't know whether they've got a Conservative government or they're going to get it. The interesting one next year is going to be France, because they've got the presidential election next year. Marie Le Pen has been given the all clear now. So they tried to her. So she's 19 points ahead on the polls.
Amazing.
If she wins, her policy is remigration. She's going to send them all back home. And that's going to throw a massive spanner. And for One Nation and Pauline Hanson, she should be jumping on that train. She should be on the coattails of Marie Le Pen, because then she can say, well, listen, the French have done it. We can do it here in Australia. It'll be that if she wins next year, that'll be a huge boost for One Nation and Pauline Hanson.
That's right.
So that could turn everything around in Europe.
What did you think of Pauline visiting the UK and doing the interviews and podcasts?
I thought it was great. I've got no. Again, it goes back, and I'm getting some things from Judy. I said to we might disagree on this one. If Blair Cottrell approached me and wanted to come in with a legitimate, sensible discussion, I'm happy to talk to anybody. Same thing with everyone. I don't want any of the bullshit you talked about before, but a sensible discussion. And one of the things that raised that is he made the comparison, for example, the White Australia Party that's now been banned under the hate speech laws. He made some actually really valid points about, in the country, the legal way of going about airing grievances. If you have an opinion on how you want to make your country better, you form a political party, you have the battle of ideas, you get in that arena, and if people vote for you, they vote for you. And he said, that's what we were doing. Now, you can have the critics too that say they're doing the wrong thing. I understand that. But unless we want to become an example of a totalitarian state where people are denied their voices, then this is the whole point of a democracy. If you don't want that party to win government, you've got to come up with better ideas, better policy, and better debate. You've got to win the argument. So for Tommy Robinson, I've got no problem with Tommy Robinson. In fact, I respect Tommy Robinson.
Amazing.
Any person that will go to prison for their convictions, I respect. All right. So Tommy Robinson was fighting for his people and fighting for the most vulnerable. Young girls have been systematically raped by Pakistani grooming gangs. Now, that's not fiction. That's fact. It's been admitted to in the Parliament of the UK. And yet Piers Morgan and Andrew Bolt and these people come out and just regularly attack Tommy Robinson as a thug. Now, he might have done something in his youth that he regrets now. Who hasn't? I can tell you there's been half a dozen things probably I did as a young guy that I regret now. But you shouldn't have that hanging over your head. Tommy Robinson got 1 million people out onto the streets of London to push back against this. So I think it was incredibly smart as a politician to go over there and see what England has become and how you can make sure that doesn't come to our streets if it's not here already. More politicians should be doing it.
Yeah.
More politicians should be going over there and finding out what's what and make sure it doesn't hit our streets here. That's actually Australia first. It's like she's getting attacked for sharing a holiday resort on the way back with Gina Reinhardt. Well, we've just got photos with 5 ALP legends, all with Pratt, who's a lot richer than Reinhardt, or as rich, I should say. So why aren't they getting flack for billionaires? You've got that bloody idiot who owns AGL, who's propping up the Teal Party, for example. So all the political parties will take on board someone who's going to push their barrow. If Gina Wright's a conservative, well, good on it. Why is that any different for her meeting with that? The problem is you've got Murdoch, and I don't know. You listen to all these theories. It seems that way, that Murdoch is very big on getting the LNP back in. If not, why are his staff in his news network editing clips to make Pauline Hanson look bad? So why can't we just have a sensible debate about, now Sky News and Bolt and Chris Kenny are starting to tear down Pauline Hanson because she had the audacity to go meet Tommy Robinson. Now, I've followed Tommy Robinson probably for 10 years over the journey, done all this. Same thing as I followed Charlie Kirk. I respect and admire Tommy Robinson. I expect and admire Jordan Peterson. I respect and admire, what his name, Ben Shapiro. I also actually respect, I'm not going to say admire, Nick Fuentes, because he does get on there. He has his opinion. Don't agree with a lot of it, but I do agree with a lot of it too. So it's probably 50-50. Anybody that gets out there and puts a stake in the ground and fights for their ideology and does it in a decent way, I can live with. Now, some of them will have some past history that people want to attack them with. That's, in my thing, bullshit. If they've tried to reform it, and unless they've committed a grave sin, violence against someone, fraud, all that sort of thing, if they're just expressing an opinion, I should be able to go and talk to that person. You should be able to go and talk to that person. We should associate with that person and find out what's fact and what's fiction. Because it's too easy these days to label a person a racist, a bigot, a criminal, a thug, whatever you want to race them to try and discredit. So, good on her. I think.
I think I just got a notification somebody joined us.
Oh, have we?
Not sure.
Let me have a look. Oh, Daniel. What do you do? All right. Sorry, Daniel, getting in. And it's threesome.
You know, normally when you're in the green room of a TV,
mate.
There's muffins, there's cakes, there's there's espresso, but here I am with a notification.
Sorry,
gentlemen.
Good. How are you?
The last time you had me on the stream, there was a Groiper here and a few others, and it looks like I've walked into a wonderful drinking session with you and Rami.
It's. I was hoping we're going to get Ben, the four of us, back together. Ben's had a good go. I had him on last week, and we went for 5.5 hours, and it was funny because Ben's great, but he loves to talk, as do I. So it's not a good combination. And unlike Piers Morgan and Andrew Bolt, I love everyone getting their say. So if you give everyone their say, it's naturally going to go longer.
So what have I missed? Have we solved the Middle East yet, or Australian politics? Have we abolished democracy? Have we improved democracy? Fill me in.
Oh, well, I don't know whether we've improved it. We've sort of bitched about it.
That's the problem that we actually have in this country. I've said this before, that we have government of every stripe and every level that does the most absurd things and if they did it in America, you would have 1 million people marching in the streets.
Mm.
If they did it in Europe, you would have cars being set on fire. They do it in this country, the angry letter to the editor, a few people on the stream complaining about it, a couple of tweets, and then we just kind of go back to enjoying our life here. And on the one hand, that's a really nice thing. But I was walking around beautiful Sydney Harbour the other day with someone from overseas, and I just said, this right here is why we put up with all of it.
Mm.
And with the exception of the Sydney Opera House, God did everything else. It wasn't the politicians. It certainly wasn't Clover Moore, but that's why we put up with it. And I think that's probably a good thing, but it also means we get the government we deserve.
Well, I think that's a very good point, but I also think sometimes with every good thing, there's always an element like the underbelly where it can have a bad thing attached to it. So I think one of the things from Australia was our isolation and distance for so long. But in this century, because of social media and a bunch of other things, issues now hit our shores with the click of a button. Whereas before, it would have to get in the paper, on the news, and they'd sort out what is. You wouldn't, for example, back in the 1990s, you would never hear about Candace Owens. Who in Australia, you don't see Candace Owens barely ever mentioned on the mainstream media. But on social media, she's all over it. So we wouldn't get a lot of these conflicts. But now everything, we're saying this before, is a contest. And even though we're getting all this, and we're just talking about the thing we're talking about, it'd be interesting on your thoughts on this, Daniel, because Blair Cottrell, I'm sure you're aware of who Blair is, he made a point, and I would normally disagree with him on quite a number of things. But his point, I think, was actually valid on this one. Like I've actually even agreed with Nick Fuentes. So it goes back to our democracy. Blair's point was, in Australia, if you want to have issues, the traditional way was to form a group, to form a party, win the argument, get people to vote for you, and then you get into government. And that's the way you can make Australia to be what you want it to be, whether you agree or not. I don't agree with Albo. I don't agree with the way he's changing it. But that's traditionally the way you're going about it. So his point he was making is, what is the difference between a totalitarian regime, for example, like the Nazis, who banned political parties, banned certain speech? Australia now is banning political parties and banning certain speech. How is that a democracy? And when you sit back and go, you know what? He's actually right. We are banning too much speech. Now, like Rami said, just so you know, we don't support any violence or any sort of that thing, but everyone should be able to have the right to their opinion, and we should be able to have the right for that battle of ideas. And what led that to is what Rami just brought up, is how Pauline Hanson now is being canned for visiting Tommy Robinson, and how Malcolm Roberts, the mainstream media, Sky News of all people, have now edited a clip to make Malcolm Roberts look bad because they're coming for One Nation. I predicted a while ago, I think under these hate speech laws, if One Nation is a threat to the ALP or LNP, ultimately, if they get to a position they could win government, I wouldn't put it beyond Albo and the LNP to get their heads together and to ban One Nation as a political party under the hate speech laws.
I don't know that a ban is likely. I think they have a critical mass that makes that difficult. But what I do think will happen is a relentless witch hunt. And can I just say, as the token Jewish guest on the panel tonight, I don't think Malcolm Roberts is an anti-Semite.
No.
I have been personally very disappointed for a long time that the organised Jewish community, or that is the official Jews, have basically blacklisted One Nation, and I think that's going to bite them in the backside, given how powerful One Nation are potentially about to be. But what I can tell you is that several years ago, and this was pre-October 7, this is when most people were ignoring Israel the way it should be. Malcolm Roberts gave a wonderful speech in Parliament where he said, this was when I believe Trump was talking about moving the US embassy to Jerusalem. And Malcolm Roberts made the very sensible point in Parliament that it's not for a bunch of Australians to decide where Israel should be putting its embassies or what the capital of Israel should be. He said that's up to the citizens of Israel and the Jews. And he went on, but the point is that was probably one of the strongest supportive, if not pro-Israel speeches I'd heard in Parliament, even from the Liberal Party and from everyone else. And this was about the time when he was saying things like that. Subsequently, Pauline Hanson wore an Israeli flag in Parliament. And One Nation did something really, really smart, which was that they pissed off all of the neo-Nazis who like to hang around minor parties, and they just got rid of them. And they're all floating around now. They're people like Rennick might try to pick them up or whatever because they're sort of politically homeless. And if your electoral strategy is to pick up 1 or 2% of disaffected voters, they're out there. One Nation got rid of them. So, I'll be damned if people are going to turn around and say that One Nation are Nazis or anti-Semitic or whatever, because the objective evidence is that's not the case. And I have to also tell you something. Anyone who knows anything about the Jewish community knows there's a wide variety of opinions. And even though you may have a particular spokesperson of a particular organization say, oh, we don't like One Nation, whatever, there's plenty of people, and certainly plenty of people that I know, who will vote for One Nation. And so I do think, unfortunately, we've reached the point now where because it's been so overdone, calling someone, racist or anti-Semitic, I think people are sort of looking past that. And to be honest, I think that is a bad thing, because it's like the boy who cried wolf. It means actual racism is being ignored. I mean, I saw just an awful example of that on Facebook today. Mack Trucks. Everybody knows who Mack Trucks are. They had an ad showing, their new semi-trailer or whatever it was, and there was a Sikh driver who was wearing a turban, and he was just a truckie, and the entire comments were, and not playful stereotypes, like just outrageously racist comments. And I don't know if no one at Mac saw this coming, or perhaps this was their nod to diversity, or who knows, maybe they wanted engagement and they wanted thousands of comments to appear in an ad about a truck that God knows why turned up on my Facebook feed. But I was really, really upset about that, because I've got some very strong views about migration, certainly extending to the quality of migrants, extending to the quantity of migrants. I think most people have that, right? But to, single out some Indian who, for all is working 3 jobs to put food on the table, loves this country, loves his beer, loves his cricket, I thought that was really crook. And, and you should be able to say, guys, this is really racist. This is really not okay. And not have everyone say, oh, victim card racism is over and all this other sort of stuff. I think it's quite tedious. And I think people actually need to come back to actually being sensible and talking about policies and not talking about individuals. And like, you can hate the migration policies of this country, but it's not right to hate a bunch of migrants who are here as a result of policy. I mean, why wouldn't you want to come and live here? You can't blame
That's right.
them.
I'd agree with you though, but I'll give you a but. And I'm with you on it. But something that got me just totally pissed off last week, totally pissed off, and I think it stokes a lot of this division and the racism, right, is that Melbourne welcomes Modi rally, where you've got people coming in. And I've got no problem with immigration, right? But you come to Australia, you become Australian. If you want to have a rally for another nation's prime minister, that should be held in New Delhi, not in Melbourne. And we shouldn't be having 50,000 people waving the Indian flag, singing the national anthem of another country. Now, to be fair, I was also just as critical of a vigil they had for Lindsey Graham, who's an American politician, and we had Iranian flags, and we had Israeli flags, and we had a USA flag. We're living in bloody Australia. We've got a vigil for a USA senator that barely any Australian would know. Now, I'm not against Lindsey Graham, by the way, but all it does is stoke division and stokes outrage with the people that may not have been racist before, but it's going to rise that, because we split our society so much, it's going to rise. And this is where it comes back to what Hanson talks about, for example, in monoculture. I've got no problem with what you're saying about immigration or people, that Indian trucker, he comes in, he might be working 3 jobs. God bless him. But when you're sending a signal, and they're sending it now, that the ALP, it was talked on the ABC, that there's a million Indians in Australia, and 80% of them are going to vote for Albo, and this is his strategy. Now, all of a sudden,
I first of all, Bob, I think that is very, very delusional. It's a bit like saying that Chinese voters are all migrants and they're going to vote for the migrant party. I mean, let me tell you something. Indians, they own businesses. They don't like paying taxes. That's not your traditional Labor voter by a long stretch. So I think lumping them into all that category is as naive as in America, where they assume that all Hispanics vote Democrat.
I didn't lump them into that. The ABC did, and their favourite pollster gave that stat. That's not my data. That's their data. But
can I interject and just give you my perspective? I've spoken to thousands and thousands and thousands of people who are at voting booths, and I would say it's a 70-40 split or 70-30 split between Indian migrants who would vote for Liberals versus Labor, majority Liberals.
Yeah, so I think Labor's betting big on this idea that all migrants think the same. But I mean, one other thing I would say, Bob, look, I question, whether it was a rally. I mean, I know it certainly had that look. I know it had that look on TV. I do acknowledge it had that look, and there's no question that Modi probably is a rock star to a lot of Australians. But I'll give you an example, right? If Donald Trump came out here, right, and a whole bunch of Australians, and the three of us would probably go along to see.
No,
that.
I wouldn't.
Well, okay, but I mean, look, the president of Israel came out here for some awful reasons, and every Jewish person, went to that. I don't know that that's a rally. I think it's just, look, people come from a foreign country, and it's not substantially different to if a Bollywood star or a Greek musician or an Italian opera singer came. People from that ethnic community are going to go. Now, I do acknowledge what you're saying about, there's division and so forth, but I don't know necessarily that you can sheet that back to the organisers who were. There was a state visit. Expatriates of that country wanted to go, versus what then happened online with people saying, "Oh, this is Albanese selling the country out." And so forth. I don't know that there's a direct connection there.
I'm not in with those people, but I'll call it what it is. It was a rally. You've got the Prime Minister of Australia, you've got the Prime Minister of India. They're coming out hand in hand about it. They're singing the Indian national anthem. They're waving Indian flags. It's got nothing to do with Australia. Who paid for it? Apparently, reports are the Australian taxpayer paid for it. Daniel, if we had, you could imagine all the crap you're going to get if Bibi Netanyahu came out here, raised his hands with bloody elbow when you had 50,000 Jewish people in there celebrating Israel. What would be the coverage of that? So I just think it's simple. You shouldn't have a political rally. That was a political rally. You shouldn't have a political rally in Melbourne, in our venues, on our soil. By all means, welcome him as Prime Minister of India. When was the last leader of a nation given that sort of stage? When?
Bob, you know what? I suspect it probably happens more than you think, but we're not paying attention to the Macedonian community, the Italian community.
Hold on, Daniel. Sorry, I won't let that. When was the last time someone went into a major sporting venue, a political leader from another country, with all his demographic coming out? We haven't even had that for a lot of the Middle East radical Islamist groups that have come in. They did the marches on the street. We've never had a political leader. The only one I could think of that would be comparison, for example, would be the Pope. And the Pope went to the MCG.
World Youth Day would be a great example of that. But I mean, look, bear in mind, the question we should be asking, and perhaps we're not, is, why aren't world leaders queuing up to come to this country? I mean, why is Prince Charles, King Charles, I beg your pardon, as good as it gets? I mean, we should be a country that people want to travel to. Why do world leaders travel to America to kiss the ring of whoever's in the White House? We should be attracting that sort of thing here. I mean, if you look at it if you just look at it as a state visit, and there was plenty of state visit protocol that would have gone along with it, and then there was a public gathering at the end, because why not? You're kind of there.
Mate,
I think it makes a bit more sense.
I've got to interject again. This wasn't a state visit. Modi, no, it wasn't. Modi did the bloody welcome to country.
But hang on, you don't think there were confidential meetings while he was here?
Of course there was, but why did we need to rally him up without him? Why did we need Narendra Modi insulters? Sorry, that's an insult. I don't want the welcome to country from an Australian politician. Now I've got an Indian politician who's got no idea about Australian politics doing a bloody welcome.
No. I couldn't agree more, and I think someone in protocol who's probably a 20, 30-year-old, whatever, so used to probably put that on the lectern and said, here, read this. And he's probably turned up, didn't want to upset anyone, and read what was on the lectern. And it was a silly look. I agree.
I will give you the whole purpose behind that rally.
Mm.
The whole purpose was that Jacinta Allen, Albo, they've looked at the polls, they've shit themselves because they know they're going to lose the state election the rate is going, and they're desperately clutching for straws. I only got to listen to what Jacinta Allen said. Sorry, Jacinta Allen turned around to Narendra Modi and said, it's all right for you to come over here and be Indian.
Yeah.
Hold on, no, that is not.
I remember that. And I thought that was very poorly thought out. And Bob, you may well be right. It was a sort of a Hail Mary move by Jacinta Allen. But I also think that really infantilizes and it is unfair on Indians to assume that, don't worry, we'll have a rally. And, it's like when Justin Trudeau came out and did his fantastic Bollywood dance wearing the turban, and he probably thought that this is it, every Indian's going to vote for me. Wrong.
We're living in a society, and this is where it's starting. This is what Albo doesn't care. How often does Albo talk about social cohesion and unity, all that? We're living in a society where there's grave concerns about mass immigration. Most of it was about Islamic immigration. All right. But increasingly, people are seeing, you've only got to go in Melbourne, for example, to a rental place. If you're trying to get a rental place and you go into a queue, I guarantee you, and I'm not trying to be racist, I'm telling you what I see when I go, because I'm still a renter, and there will be 40, 50 Indians in front of you at that rental. People are naturally getting more and more fears. When you order Uber, all right, so for example, I do find this funny for Ben, for example. I'm not into Uber, but Ben's in Uber. Your driver's 9 times out of 10 probably going to be an Indian driver. Now, that's just, I've ordered Uber 3 times. Every single time I've had an Indian person, which is fine. I've got no issue with that. But people are seeing that all over the place. We're talking about hold on. We're talking about not providing wood for the fire. When you do a rally like that, that's exactly what you're doing. You're raising concerns, you're raising people's anxiety, you're dividing the country, and you're going to have a lot of what you're talking about against the Indian community. Many of them are decent, good people.
Yeah, no, they've been set up to fail. They have been set up to fail.
And you know more than anybody else, because that's exactly what they've also done with the Jewish community.
Yeah, look, there is a long history of migrants, as it were, getting off the boat here. Now it's getting off the plane, but getting off the boat, and they work in the local shop, or they get jobs as cleaners, or they get jobs driving taxis. I mean, it was not uncommon 20 years ago, 30 years ago to have, Russian migrants, Greek migrants, Italian migrants, but they were just kind of migrants in general. There is now such a massive migration from one particular channel, and certainly one that you can pick by appearance, by and large. Once upon a time, you couldn't tell, is it a Greek driver, an Italian driver, a Russian, Jewish driver, a Polish driver, who knows? Now, that's Indian or maybe Pakistani or Sri Lankan or Tamil, but you're kind of close. And yes, you're right. And unfortunately, people who've done nothing wrong other than going, wow, Australia's an option, we should definitely live there. And I mean, there's a huge pull factor there. Why wouldn't they? They are now going to become the victims of this through no fault of their own because of idiotic government policy. And we've never had that conversation. I don't remember ever going to an election and being asked about migration. I don't ever remember being asked who are the migrants we should be targeting. I mean, I meet people all the time who, they're from the UK, they're from South Africa, highly educated, highly skilled, highly qualified people who would make a welcome contribution to this country, and they are absolutely pushing it up a hill. And then you hear that, the ISIS brides are being personally met at the airport by Tony Burke, and you think, what the hell are we doing in this country? And it's past time that we had that nuanced conversation. There's not a you for or against migration. And you've got these idiots talking about, oh, we're going to have remigration and mass deportations. Like it's just infantile. But we're not having the conversation about the source, the quality, the quantity, and the compatibility of migration. Because one thing I will tell you is, you can say whatever you want about the quantity, but in respect to being, a threat to Australia, Indian migrants, I would take 10 times over some of what's coming out of the Middle East.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. But I'm going to give you a but again, because that whole thing last week was a gaslighting exercise. And I've argued, for example, against remigration. I actually want to find there's a lot of people talking about remigration. I've asked a lot of people to come in and go, okay, before I would even accept it, I want you to come and explain to me what remigration means, because they talk in the millions. Well, the millions is a lot of people. Up until that last week, that really got me. That I'll keep calling it what it is a rally. That was in your face. That was in a lot of people's face, and a lot of people like me who previously, for example, I'll tell you my own experience. I understand what you're saying. Up until that time, I'd been going, I tolerated Albo about his modern Australia. I tolerated Tony Burke saying you don't have to assimilate. Now I've got my nation's leader and my state's premier going to a rally of 30, 40, 50,000 Indians, whatever it was, waving their national flag, singing their national anthem, turning around saying, how great is this? You can be Indian in our country. No, you can't. You can be Indian in India. If you migrate to Australia, you need to be Australian. That is the core argument of the whole immigration debate. Forget the numbers, forget where they're coming from. If you come to this country like Rami has, and we'll get him in a minute, we're dominating here, Daniel. Rami,
he had an hour head start before I came up.
I said to Rami the other day with Ben, I would back Rami to be more of an Australian patriot than many Anglo-Saxons.
Listen, when I go to Harris Park, which is sort of a little India area in Sydney, and you go there even a week, 2 weeks after Australia Day, there are still Australia Day posters and flags and everything in every restaurant. And a lot of these new Indian migrants, they want to settle into Australia, and they're showing more Australian pride than, a Sydney University art student who's been born here, benefited from it their whole their whole life. So it's well and good to be, picking on the new Australians, but I think we also need to be looking at some of the third, fourth generation older Australians who have no sense of national pride or identity whatsoever. And I think the lack of that national pride is what has created a vacuum that's allowed some pretty unsavoury people to suddenly find a voice.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I mean, it's interesting. Like, for example, we're in the FA Cup. I found this interesting. We're in the FA Cup sort of mode. And it's interesting how many Australians, even with who might be here for 3 generations, for example, Greeks, Serbians, Italians, whatever, when it comes to the FA Cup, they're not following Australia. They're following their nation, whatever. So I mean, look, people ask me who I would back in, in, I don't know, Australia versus Israel or something. I'd say, listen, I'll back Australia or whoever's playing South Africa. That's who I back. I don't care. If the Iranian regime want to send a team and they're playing South Africa, all right, it's a dilemma for me. Well, but here's where your issue is, right? In Australia, the cricket, they came out and announced, we're going to have cricket back on Australia Day, but we're not going to have our national anthem.
Thank heavens that conversation is happening 11 months or 6-7 months before it's an issue. I mean, normally it's around January you start hearing the armbands being snapped on as people start preparing to protest that. Now we're having it in July. By the way, Bob, can I just say that you were very focused on, I'll call it a rally, I don't mind, with Modi and so forth. To me, the thing that pissed me off the most about that is that once again, we are letting the rest of the world enjoy our uranium, but we're too bloody stupid to use it. I mean, Modi would have walked out of that going, just shut up, just get on the plane. Have you got the stuff?
Listen,
I'm not doing the accent.
In defense of Modi, I mean, if you're an Indian who wanted to be a patriot for India, you'd be loving Modi. He just walked away with all our bloody uranium. Yep. And we've got a Labor minister, an ALP minister, who came on an interview with Patricia Cavalis. And he was trying to say, because they're not part of the non-nuclear proliferation treaty, whatever it is. And she was trying to get a commitment. How do we know they're not going to use this for their military purposes? And he goes, oh, no, they've given us a commitment will only be used for domestic purposes. And Patricia Carvelis, I can't believe I'm saying it, to her credit comes, well, if it means they're using our uranium for their domestic purposes, now they can use their uranium that they were using for domestic
purposes. Why can't we?
For that, no. She's saying they can actually use that uranium they were using for domestic purposes for their military purposes. So all of this, and you could just see he hadn't thought it out. And these are the of course we should be using it. We should have, I've argued this for ages, we should have it for our industry, energy for domestic uses, and our military. We should have a nuclear capability in this country.
Have you noticed, I mean, look, I ran for election just to get nuclear power on the national agenda in 2022. I ran in Wentworth on a suicide campaign just to get nuclear power on the agenda. So my belief and preference for nuclear is well known. But I don't know if you guys have noticed, but apparently now we're going to be we're going all in on data centers, and Labor have been pushing data centers. And you know, I was thinking about that, and I realized, okay, so
that's a good thing.
Well, I mean, but explain to me this, right? We have extremely high electricity costs. We have extremely high property costs. We have red tape. We have high taxation. Now, if you just needed a data center, why wouldn't you set it up in Southeast Asia or Thailand or somewhere else? And the only answer I can come up with is because the government is going to throw buckets of other people's money at this, and you're going to have foreign data center operators, hyperscalers, who are going to think, well, let's get in, set it up, get the money, and get out. And meanwhile, the way Labor is going to sell it, this is my prediction. First of all, they're going to say, oh, well, you know, we're going to own the next 21st century. No, you don't. You don't own the chips. You don't own the servers. You don't own the data on that. You don't own any of the profit there. You just own the big air-conditioned building where the thing sits. But the next thing they're going to say is, oh, well, these data centers, they're going to need a lot of electricity. And rather than saying, oh, you know what would provide that electricity? Nuclear plants. They're going to go, oh, well, this now justifies the trillions of dollars we're going to spend finishing off a renewables fantasy. And guess who's going to be building those data centers? Unionized labor workers. And then as soon as that's done and the AI comes on, guess who else it's going to put out of work? Lots and lots of workers. So someone at Labor's looking for like a short-term sugar hit of saying we'll get some union building contracts, we'll be able to boast about how this is Australia leading the world in tech, and we're going to need electricity, so let's put in wind farms. And it's just going to become an absolute costly disaster. But there's data center operators who are thinking, yeah, the government's going to chip in the first couple of billion. Sure, why not? Madness.
You want to play with both that, SA? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think it might be that worst case scenario, or it might be a new conversation that Labor's going to have with these data center companies that's going to bring nuclear on the table and say, you know, we want to have our own little nuclear facilities powering our plants, because we basically don't have the power to, you can't provide the power, certainly not at the price that we expect. And I think it's going to be maybe best case scenario, they're going to build their own little nuclear reactors within their complex.
Elon's going to be launching his into space pretty soon, by the way.
Well, that's an interesting, I was about to raise a little bit of that. I mean, if they're on this highway to data centers, I mean, I find it interesting. We've just given this big welcome to Modi, given him all our uranium. Wasn't long before that, like a week or two, that Gina Rinehart got pilloried because she said we should give Elon Musk a island for his space mission.
Mm-hmm. Now, hang on. She didn't get pilloried. No one even mentioned that. No one even mentioned the time when his chip manufacturers. There was one bit that they were all talking about. And that's where she said, oh, we should get some Israeli companies here and give them a bit of land nobody wants up north.
That as well. But, I mean, look, to my way of thinking, just where you've only got what's his name, who just died, the Dome, or whatever it was. Australia is ideally placed, actually, to have a space industry. And if you got Elon Musk in, you bring that, you don't just bring Elon Musk, you bring all his engineers, his scientists, the geniuses he's got in his companies that would hit these shores. And naturally, I think a data center would flow. And then you all of a sudden, you would be able to make a powerful argument for a nuclear industry in this country because you're going into space, for God's sakes. Surely you have to have some sort of that power. The fact that Albo cannot stand Musk, and he obviously wants to control all the media and all that, he just could not have him. And I think there'd be elements of the LNP too that probably wouldn't want this as well, because they all seem consumed with wanting to control everything we do. But Musk is totally the opposite to that. He doesn't think that way. The guy's a genius. He's sometimes a crazy genius, but he's a genius. But if we could get a space agency from SpaceX on our continent, what would that do for this country? So your focus is on AI. Well, how about one of the smartest men is bringing AI about and getting his company, his industry onto this continent? Why are we looking at that?
That's what is so embarrassing about Australian politics. I mean, when someone like Gina Rinehart says, this is a good idea, you just listen. But instead, they're listening to a bunch of campus socialists who've never had a job. If someone like Elon Musk says, hey, I'm thinking of setting up shop in Australia, you go, when would you like to start? You know, and I mean, I had a first-hand experience of that 15 years ago when I set up my company, and we needed to build a modest data center and a 24-hour command center and so forth. And I had to deal with I think it was Randwick Council at the time, had to put a DA through. And at the time, I was living next door to I won't say who it was, but he's a member of a family that is a massive white goods manufacturer. And we were having our sort of annual Christmas barbecue round at his place. And you know, he said, what are you doing? And I said, oh, I've just put in a DA to build this whole thing out in South Sydney. And he goes, okay, well, I'll tell you what we're doing. We're about to build a factory in Thailand. And in order to build that factory, we're going to have to bulldoze a whole chunk of rainforest. The government have offered to build a road for us from the factory to the port so that we can truck all the washing machines and dishwashers and so forth there. They've given us a 10-year tax break because they know how we're going to employ all of these locals. And he said, I'll race you. And he had his factory finished and putting things on ships while I was still waiting to get my DA approved. And you just realize, you know, why would anybody set up a business in this country? And it's all well and good saying, oh, Gina Rinehart, come here, Elon Musk, come here. I mean, I heard something the other day that was astonishing. There was a giant overseas renewables company, I think solar farms or wind farms or something like that, who have just thrown their hands up and they've pulled out of Australia because it's just too hard. And that's like a renewables company that you know, would be having everything smoothed out for them.
It'd have peanut bowing all over it.
Yeah, I mean, if, you know, so when the Gina, I mean, this is just tall poppy syndrome at a hyper scale. If Gina Rinehart or Elon Musk want to do anything, let them. And that's not bending the knee or capitulating. That's just saying, this is a person who is so much smarter and more successful than I will ever be. Why am I arguing with them?
Because it's all politics. It's like when they have a crack at Pauline for hanging around with billionaires. Yet, in the very same way,
not rich, the wrong sort of billionaire.
Well, that attack comes the very same week that we've got Paul Keating, what's his name, the ex-treasurer, Daniel Andrews and Albo having a meeting with Richard Pratt. What is it, Richard?
And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way.
Well, there's
not. You know, I mean, I would hope while he was there, he actually told them to shut up and listen, and he actually put a few ideas in their head. But yes, the double standard's just astonishing.
Well, I would always have a concern of any meeting that's got Dan Andrews in it. But and what's his name? The past treasurer. He's in Queensland.
Look, if I were Richard Pratt, I could probably think, and you know, I could probably organise lunch with anyone in the world.
Yeah, wouldn't be those four.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, and especially Paul Keating. I mean, Jesus. And this is the way Australians think. They're talking about putting our super into Centrelink. I mean, these are 4 guys, the politicians, that are on a taxpayer-funded super that every other Australian can only dream about. And the reason they want to put it on Centrelink is because Australians, of all people, have the smarts to go, we don't want to spend too much now because we want to have money late in our later years. No, you've got to be spending more than that. So we're going to give you the money via Centrelink. And I'm going, who gives you the right to take my money to tell me how I should be spending it, when I should be spending it? Yeah. Paul Keating, go off and do your gardens or something. That's what normally people do in their retirement. That man destroyed our economy back when he was Prime Minister and Treasurer.
17%, I think.
I mean, and I don't think the young ones understand or are now getting into socialism how bad it was under Keating. I lived through it. No doubt you probably lived through it, Daniel.
Well, they don't understand how bad it was under Stalin either. So why would they? You know.
It was interesting what Rami was saying before. Some of the indoctrination they had. Avi on at I can't remember, some sort of protest, but anyway, he came across these pro-Palestinian protests. You know, they wear their keffiyeh and all this sort of thing, but the LGBT for Hamas,
Palestine.
No, for Hamas.
Oh.
And he just went up to him and goes, "You realise Hamas throws gay people off buildings?" No, that's just bullshit. No, I don't know. And everything that he tried to say that was actual factual, they'll go, "Oh no, it's bullshit." You can see the indoctrination going through him. And when I watched it, I've just gone, is there really any hope for our country?
When the Soviets had their useful idiots in Western countries, the one thing you couldn't say about the Soviets is that they had multiple generations of cousin marriage. And the way these people have allowed themselves willingly to be brainwashed and manipulated by such low IQ demographics is just astonishing to me. And the cognitive dissonance that says, I want a free Palestine and these groups kill people like me, and cognitive dissonance kicks in so that in order to make one of those ideas make sense, they have to completely rewrite it in their head, say, oh no, that's just dishonest. You read that on Twitter, they call it, you know, and that's not possibly true at all. I say, okay, go. I say, why is it you will give up every single weekend, you'll put a tea towel on and you'll march up and down the streets of Sydney and the streets of Melbourne, get on a plane, go and volunteer in Gaza. Go there. You can, and they never ever will, because there's a tiny little voice in their head that knows. I mean that was the shame, that all those idiots, the useful idiots who go on the, you know, flotilla after flotilla after flotilla, they know they're going to get stopped by Israel. They're going to get a free flight and a sandwich home. One day, I'd actually like to let some of them land in Gaza so that they're never seen again, right? Except, of course, they'll blame Israel for that too.
Yeah. You know? Yeah. No, hey Rami, what you got any thoughts, mate? We're dominating here. You've got to get you on.
I think if you go to the Middle East, any country of your choice in the Middle East, most of them would agree with Daniel on what he said. In fact, some of these people who organize these Palestinian protests, I happen to know some of the organizers way before this whole issue started. They were banned in Jordan for protesting. And they were kicked out of the country. And, you know, like in the Middle East, we want stability. That's what the Middle Eastern countries want. And and if the conversation of free migration gets serious, you'll be surprised how many Middle Eastern countries would say, sorry, we can't take these people back. Because we got rid of them and now we have a bit more stability because these guys were nutcases there. And it surprises me because, like, early on we were talking about, you know, sneaky, who's in the Middle East currently. He comes from the West and he's been sort of like educated online by, you know, these leftists about, you know, the issues in the Middle East and all that sort of stuff. He's about to get a reality check in Saudi Arabia. Now, this guy's has two paths. One is he's going to try to learn what's really going on there and get out of his little bubble. Or two, he's going to become an even more of an extremist. I can see a bin Laden sort of phase he's going to go through as well, because he's been through many, many phases. But these kind of behaviors, these protests that happen, whether it was the pro-Palestine protest or whether it's the Muslim protest, like blocking the road and praying in the middle of the road and all that sort of stuff, it's totally unacceptable in the Middle East, in Muslim countries. And they are the same migrants that the Middle Eastern countries would not take in. We took more migrants in Australia from that region, from that part of the world, that none of the Middle Eastern countries will take in, including surrounding
Egypt
countries. Well, I'm not talking about just Palestinians. I'm talking about everybody else from the Middle East. No one would accept that.
And why should they? Why should they, when they know there's some schmuck in Australia that'll do it for them?
Well, right. I found in the FA Cup, it was quite interesting. You had the remember the Egyptian coach after they beat Australia, and he's waving the Palestinian flag, and I thought, hold on. You're from Egypt. Haven't you got a dirty big wall that doesn't let any Palestinians into Egypt?
Zero.
Why is that?
Zero.
So the hypocrisy was incredible. So very interesting. I'm going to share something on the screen, boys. It'd be appropriate for you, Daniel, to get your thoughts on. I raised this for Rami before, but it's something I want to talk. I was hoping Ben to be here. I was sort of interested in his thoughts on this. It's something that sort of piqued my interest. This is from, oh, God. Let me get this right. This is from Jordan Peterson. So a man I have a lot of respect for. I'll get it up and then read it for you. Where is it? Share. How's that come up? Has it come up? There it is. So it's a post. With regard to Judeo-Christian, the 10 Commandments are Jewish. The great stories of the Old Testament are Jewish. The Jews developed the idea of subsidiary as the alternative to tyranny and slavery. The Jews established the cultural preconditions for the rise of universal literacy. The fate of Israel at the hands of the Islamists is the fate of the West. This rising tide of anti-Semitism sickens me. Those of you engaging in it for your oh-so-moral reasons, you're despicable. And remember, you proud Christians objecting in all your purity to the term Christ himself was a Jew. Now, the reason I raise this because Candace Owens, to a man that was been on his deathbed for about a month, replies, we have been told, we have been told this man is basically on his deathbed, but gratefully he summoned the strength and energy to lecture us Christians about how we need to worship the Jews. So now, before I get you guys replying, I'll give you, because I replied to Candace.
I'll get her on the show, Bob.
Oh, wouldn't I love to do that? Basically, I said, I'll get rid of that now. Basically, you know, Christ was a Jew. And if you actually go through the Christian Bible, Candace, 2/3 of the Christian Bible is the Jewish Bible. And in the Christian Bible from the teachings of Christ himself, he talked about not judging someone, especially someone who's been dreadfully crook. And she was having an opinion about being on a deathbed. Well, like I just said to Rami before, some of the most famous words that Christ is remembered for as a Jew was when he was dying on the cross and what he said to people surrounding him on that cross and what he said to his Father in heaven. So for us Christians, that is very important. So I think it's a bit double standard of Candace to be being critical of someone and having a crack at them. So that breaches Christ's teachings.
But didn't you get the memo? Jesus was a Palestinian.
Oh, yeah. Listen, it brings up a really, because I find this debate stupid, to be honest, because I think first and foremost, we're all Australians, right? So every time someone mentions, and I actually find it silly by politicians who bring in it saying Australia is a Judeo-Christian country. Can't we just say we're an Australian country who was established by both Christians and Jews who have a long history in our nation? Yeah. You can't deny that. I mean, John Monash, for example, I drive a freeway every day named after John Monash, one of the greatest Australians ever who was a Jew. Yeah. There's also some very famous Islamic people in this country that have contributed to Australia. A lot more, obviously, famous Christians who've contributed, but that's natural. We all originally came from England, which was predominantly Christian. So just because it's one faith or the other faith or this, to me, just... I don't know why politicians bring this in.
I I have a hunch.
Yeah.
And it's because, look, we talk about Australian culture and how Australian culture is being diluted, but, cultures take hundreds and thousands of years to evolve. When you go to Europe, you're obviously it's changing very rapidly at the moment, but you're basically standing amidst culture that goes back hundreds and in some places thousands of years. When you travel around the Middle East, you're standing, in the steps where Jesus walked and where King David had lunch, and you see it everywhere. Whereas, in this country, the paint is still wet on our oldest building. And the problem is that, so for example, American culture came through struggles against tyranny and war and slavery and freedom. We don't have a lot of that, which is not our fault. It's just that we're a very, very young country and that sort of thing is yet to happen. So often when you ask people, well, what is Australian culture? And we all kind of, it's like the offside rule. You can't quite explain it, but you'll know it when you see it. And so they say things like, oh, it's fair, it's a fair go, or it's mateship, or it's larrikin, or it's Anzac, and these are kind of meaningless terms because there's countries all around the world where they can be a smartass or they can have a fair go or something. It's very hard for someone to actually define this is what it is. And I'm not suggesting for a minute, the groypers will go, oh, see, this is because you're not Australia first. It's nonsense. It's still evolving. And so I think sometimes when they when they say we are Judeo-Christian, they're just desperately looking for some sort of adjective that they can plot in there to say that I don't like that, this is what we should be, but no one can really articulate that. And I think that's also a shame because, if you don't know what you are, how can you be proud of it? How can you believe in it? And I think, Bob, you've been around for a while and you probably know the country looks very different to when you were a lad. I know I do. I look at, music videos from the 80s and 90s and I go, oh, wow, look at that car, look at that house, look at those kids playing cricket in the street. Things like that don't happen. So you see the evolution of a culture, but, that can come unstuck very quickly as well. I tell people if you're planning on visiting Europe, go and see it while it's still there.
Well, we talked about I actually think next year.
Sorry, Bob. I just saw a notification. I think you've got somebody.
We've got someone else again.
Yeah.
They're in the green room.
Ben here. Here we go.
Everyone's head just gets.
There we go, Benny.
20% smaller.
Now the conversation's about to get fun. All right.
All right. I'll just shrink my head. There we go.
Benjamin.
Gentlemen, it's the
How are you, mate? God,
who's famine, who's pestilence and disease. Hopefully,
I'm going to set the clock because it's 8:20, and we'll see how long this takes. But it's been good fun so far, Ben. We're touching on a few things. I'll just. I hope you've been keeping up, Ben. We'll catch up in a minute. I just want to quickly disagree a little with what you said, Daniel. I agree with some of it, but I actually think we've got a longer culture. While everyone says Australia's culture only goes back like 1788, 250 years, whatever, I think a reason it only goes back that far is because we've been made to feel so embarrassed about our culture before that. Our culture actually goes back to, my culture goes back to Wessex in England. My grandparents came from Wessex in England. Another one on my mother's side went nearly all the way back to the First Fleet. Where did the First Fleet from? Predominantly from people from England who were mainly convicts with some troops and whatever. And one thing, there's a really great series, and this is where social media I think is great. Do you remember those political things they used to do with the plasticine puppets with Hawke and Howard and all that?
Rubbery figures.
Yeah. And there's a similar one out of England, but it's about teaching English history. So, for example, I always knew that it was the British government that first took steps about ending slavery. What I didn't realise is the reasons why that British government took those steps. And our ancestors, because of in the slavery colonies, they were importing salt or something like that. I think it was salt or sugar from there. The British people said, no, we cannot support slavery because of our faith in Christianity, all this sort of thing. And they said, we're not buying any salt or sugar from those colonies. So businesses were going out of business in England. So the owners of those businesses went to the politicians and said, you have to do something about this or we're all going to go and we're going to bring it on you. So, and that was back in a day when the women didn't have the vote. That was from the men, ordinary, everyday English men, our ancestors,
wearing hats,
who turned around and changed slavery on this planet. And the credit went to the politicians. No, the credit actually needs to go to everyday Englishmen who were the ancestors of everyday Australians. And that's a part of my culture that I didn't understand. And I'm actually now looking to research that Anglo culture from my thing. So, but we can't do that in Australia. If you put that English flag, me and Ben were talking about this the other day, how many Australians know what that Union Jack stands for? It's got nothing to do with the king, got nothing to do with the Queen. It's got nothing to do with politicians. That's 3 Christian crosses, one on top, overlaid the each other. But most Australians don't know that because they've been taught the bastardry of it, because that's all colonialism. That's all bad. We're taught to feel guilty about having pride in what my ancestors did, what my parents did, what my grandparents did. So I do think we get cancelled a lot. And I actually think there's got to be, and one of the reasons I do this, there's got to be a bit of a pushback to say the contributions to building this country and what it stood for and why it was such a great place and why so many people did. And that is the result of it is the result, whether people want to admit it, of a melting pot of a whole bunch of people who've contributed, like John Monash. Most people today, mate, I'll give you an example. And this is my frustration why I'm doing this, like that show. And I said this to Ben the other day. I picked up 2 Chinese boys. So when I say Chinese, they're Australian Chinese. I'm not going to say Chinese Australian. They're as Aussie as you can get, right? Great kids, great family. They go to our schools. The only Australian history they're ever taught about is Indigenous history. So I said, boy, whenever I pick the boys up to take them to training, because I help the parents out, I always go, what have you learned today? As all boys who are, grade 5 or 6, not much. And so I really pushed them. I said, do you get taught Australian history? I'm curious because we're coming up to Anzac Day. They had no idea where Gallipoli was. They had no idea where Constantinople was. They had no idea about any history. I said, one of the questions, I said, do you know who John Monash is? Do you know his famous battle in World War I? Who established the coal industry in Victoria? I don't think many Australians or Victorians can even answer that. The person who established that coal industry was John Monash after he was the greatest general in World War I, winning one of the most famous battles. John Monash was a Jew. So it's because we're all in this, and this is why that bloody, sorry, Daniel, I know we'll probably disagree on it, that rally with Modi, it just annoyed the shit out of me, Ben can put it to, because it divides us. It takes us away teaching what we should be proud of and coming together. And it also, for those immigrants that do come in, this is what we should be telling them to embrace. I actually do think there is a culture. I do think there's something we can embrace. I do think there's something we can build on. But if we're not careful, we're going to lose it in the next 5 to 10 years. Because I just think that's the real.
It may be sooner than you think, because what has taken 15 to 20 years to emerge in parts of Europe has been accelerated to happen in as few as 8 years here.
Well, there's one bit of hope in Europe, well, actually 2, obviously in England, but the biggest hope, me and Rami talked about this before, Marie Le Pen has just been cleared of the charges. She's legit to stand next year, and she is going to push back hard against radical Islam. She's leading the presidential polls by 19 points. By the end of this time next year, she could be president of France.
I hope she has her security worked out.
Yes. Well, yeah, exactly. I actually hope Pauline Hanson has hers done too.
Yeah.
Because my big fear is someone could come for her.
Well, I was quoted about that in the Daily Telegraph, because when I'm not shit posting on social media, my day job is security consultant, and what happened at the Australian Press Club was very, very concerning. It was very, very concerning, and and someone said to me, but do you think it's appropriate that that Pauline Hanson should be given a prime ministerial level of protection and the full protection of state police and the Australian Federal Police to stop her being killed? And I said, oh, you mean like the Jewish community was? You know, and that's the problem. Even with the best intentions, it's not just as simple as having a close protection detail. You need to look at a climate and a temperature that leads to this sort of radicalization. You need to look at people who go every single week to rallies, people who might be mentally ill, who might be disaffected, who want to try and impress their newfound friends by doing, you know, wild and crazy things. That is a real problem for any democracy. Now, I suspect Marine Le Pen's probably got more to worry about than Pauline does, but it is a problem. There's a puppy behind you, Bob. Are you going to welcome her onto the podcast?
Him. He always gets welcome. You just got on here late. That's JJ. He's always come over here, mate.
JJ, who's a good boy?
He's a great boy.
Because I know Bob's not wearing headphones.
No. Hey, you coming over? No, he's pissed off. He gets pissed off when I start talking with you guys. He wants all the attention, like every good. But, hey, Benny, since you got here late, mate, we got to give you a say. What's happening, big fella?
Apologies for my delayed arrival. I thought we were going at 8 p.m. this evening, Bob.
I said 6.
The other night it was 8, and then
I said Tuesday.
I saw something in the chat to say something to Daniel. It's like half an hour earlier for you. I thought we're all on that.
The whole purpose of 6 on a Thursday is the football's on, so I don't want to. I'm going to have to watch it on KO on the replay. But anyway, now that we got 4 of us, I've got no chance to send the footy.
I got lost. I thought, what will I do for a couple of hours? Because I had a couple of hours to kill. So I went and watched The Odyssey.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, it's pretty good, Rami. Well, how'd you watch that? Are you in America? You're not in America still, are you?
No, it's at the cinema.
Is it the cinemas here now? Okay. What'd you think?
It was quite a film. It certainly was quite a film. Went for 3 hours or nigh on 3 hours. So was pretty happy with that.
So the woke bits didn't bother you?
They were few and far between.
Yeah.
You know, that is the standard reaction to any Christopher Nolan film, because I mean I saw this when I watched Tenet, right? I watched Tenet in a full cinema. And everyone walked out, and everyone was like, "What do you think of that?" Oh, it was good. And there was one person who said, "I didn't understand a fucking thing," and then everybody cracked up. And I think Christopher Nolan films are like The Emperor's New Clothes. Like, you don't want to say, "I have no idea what that was," so you go, "Yeah, that was." Is it everyone loves a Christopher Nolan film? No one can tell you what the hell they were about.
I must have been the only person who never read Lord of the Rings when they were a kid, and I took my mum just before she passed, and all my nephews and nieces, because Mum was pretty crook at this stage, we knew it was one of our last Christmases. So they came up with this idea of going to the Lord of the Rings. I'd never read the books, didn't even know what the bloody hell it was about. And I was watching the first film, and I was enjoying it. And I'm going, geez, this is going for a while. And then we get to the end, and it was a nothing finish. And there's all these people that were loving it. And I'm going, I was about 22, 23 at this stage. I'm going, what was that bullshit? There's no ending, I just cracked the shits. What have I paid for here? So I probably was like a lot of the people in the Odyssey, like you were, Daniel. What the hell was this? So as you get older, you learn. So what was the best parts about it, Ben?
No spoilers.
Okay.
Let me take off my headphones. Actually, feel free to.
I'll start with the spoilers.
Wait till the fourth hour. Yeah.
No, I won't show any spoilers. I think it's worth watching, gentlemen. Certainly, go.
Worth watching.
Watch
Oh, good.
Yeah. Forget about everything else. Forget about the world.
Was Matt Damon good in his role?
Remarkable.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because sometimes
I really like him, but he did really well in that film, I think.
There's some movies he does, he's very good in. There's some movies I just think he's a bit cringe. But when he's good, he's very good. The review I read, who was the lead actress in it? Apparently she was amazing. The one out of Prada.
Yeah, Anne Hathaway.
Anne Hathaway. That's it. Yeah, apparently she was amazing in the film. Is that right?
She was the queen. So I think she was Athena.
Right.
Yeah. And was Athens named after her? Who knows? I'm not Greek, but I didn't go to Greek school on Saturdays.
No, isn't the Odyssey after the war between Sparta and Athens? Greece, sorry.
Yeah, we're sort of having a bit of tongue in cheek there, but I think what he did is he spliced Rome with Greek or with Greece as well.
Right.
So it incorporated a lot of the mythology from both histories.
Well, one of the criticisms I did read of it, and this has got nothing to do with the actors, is that apparently they use one of the boats as it's a Viking boat as opposed to a traditional Greek ship or boat, whatever you want to call them. So not that most people aren't going to even pick that up.
That would ruin the whole film for me.
Would it? No, apparently they got the rose and it looks like a Viking boat. Is that right?
It's just a movie, Daniel.
Oh, the sarcasm. I got to get better with sarcasm. I'm like,
because Forrest Gump never actually met JFK in the White House, but they showed Forrest Gump meeting JFK in the White House.
Spoilers.
So yeah, if you can suspend your disbelief for a few hours, you'll be okay.
No, I do that with all films. But there's a lot of people out there that can't get over those sorts of things. But anyway,
historical inconsistencies. I think Daniel would categorize it as historical inconsistencies. But no, it was really, really good actually. It was a full feature film. It smacked you around a little bit, and it was engrossing.
Apparently, the last 45 minutes is amazing.
It's not for the TikTok generation. I don't think the TikTok generation could handle it.
Would the question be, would the Greeks be offended now after the fact that you've watched it? Do you think they would be still pissed off, or?
I'm going to have to make some calls. I'll make some calls after the podcast to a few of my Greek friends.
See if they lifted the
Vasily and a couple of others. I'll call Stavros and I'll ask them, Rami, and get back to you, mate.
And one more thing. Did Matt Damon did they edit out Matt Damon saying daddy? Or was that the other character? The Spider-Man guy.
What movies are you watching?
There was some controversy about that. Like they were saying the language, they weren't using that word back then. But I can't recall, to tell you the truth. I think I was so taken with everything else that was happening. If it was said, maybe it was just lost on me briefly.
Is the film worth watching on a big blockbuster screen, or could you see it in a little art house cinema?
Oh, you could, but no, I chose the biggest screen the cinema offered, and I went like in the recliner chair and all of that stuff as well to really just so I had my own space. I felt like I was watching it alone almost. That's probably the best way to go about it.
The last movie I saw was Supergirl,
and
I went to see it at the drive-in
very
cinema.
woke of you, Daniel.
Well, I went to see it in the drive-in cinema at Blacktown. And someone said, but don't you want to see that on, a big screen with big speakers or whatever? I said, I don't plan on seeing any of it at all.
You're going to sleep throughout it. It's a great film. If you were taken by Interstellar because of how magnificent it was.
The cinematography.
Yeah, and just everything about it was sort of riveting and mind-blowing, and the scale of it as well.
Yeah,
it's not like a Ridley Scott Gladiator type of scale. It superseded that.
But can you follow it? You don't need to walk out like you do after Tenet and go, "What the hell was that?"
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
You commence somewhere, and by the end of it, you walk away thinking, okay, now I understand. And it's a movie about civilization, and how civilization was built, and how civilization arrived in the West as well.
Very appropriate conversation considering what we've been talking about. So what issues of the day, Benny, you've got other than films?
Well, I was interested in hearing how Daniel's expedition around the country went when he was utilizing Starlink. I thought that was nice to hear about, because I've been an advocate of something like that taking place for a long time. I think we could scrap the NBN.
Oh, yes.
And just get Elon on board for that.
The problem with
like what Daniel was saying in regards to offering Elon an open slather in this country to bring whatever business he'd like to the country, to the benefit of all of us. A couple of we touched upon so much the other evening, Bob.
Mate, the last 2 evenings, if you put those 2 episodes together, I think we've done 8.5 hours. So we talked about a lot. So now that we got you on, you might be able to raise it. I do have one interesting thing now that I've got you and Daniel together. I'd be interested on thoughts, which got inspired by can't remember who inspired it, but someone, because they raised it. Lobby groups. I'm curious because Daniel, as you would probably know, and Ben and everyone here would know, especially in America, APAC gets a fair bit of a whack, but it ranks only number 9 in the lobby groups. In Australia, you've got Scott Challen and all them banging on about how we got to get the lobby groups out of our politics. I was thinking about this the other day, right? There's lobby groups for everything. It could be for a Jewish community, Islamic community, could be trade unions or a lobby group. It could be the renewable industries. Is it realistic to expect in politics, because it's in every day? Like, I coach a junior team and I could have a parent lobbying for their son to get more court time. In every part of our lives, lobbying goes on. And I think it was Tucker Carlson actually could have been who inspired it, because he keeps banging on about it and saying how it's fact and all this. Is it legitimately achievable to eliminate any sort of lobby group or lobbying out of politics? Isn't that an integral part of politics?
We'll let Daniel go first.
Sure. Well, look, I think you're right. I mean, obviously, people particularly, who might have an anti-Semitic reason for doing so, sort of obsess over Israel or Jewish lobbies, but, they say, oh, this is outrageous, but they ignore nursing lobby, union lobby, construction lobby, gaming lobby, you name it. I mean, in 2022, I was talking earlier about a little sort of politically suicidal campaign that I ran. One of the things that fascinates me is as soon as you announce your candidacy and you've got a website or an email address, overnight, you start getting all of these emails from all of these organizations that you've never heard of, demanding your answers to 10 or 15 questions so that they can let their members know. And so, I got an email from the Friends of the ABC going, "Hi, Daniel, we know you're running, and, will you commit to increasing the ABC's funding and providing for this and providing for that?" And, and I basically wrote back and said, I think the ABC should be defunded. And so, they wrote back this shocked email saying, "Oh, well, we're going to notify our members to put you last and not support you." And I wrote back and said, "Well, please make sure you include the following unedited. I won't be bullied. I won't be told how to spend my money, blah, 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 blah." But, every single organization you've ever heard of, and some of them, a little more than an Instagram page, the coalition for this or the network for that. And so the problem is, normally when people talk about lobbying, they're talking about groups that have to actually disclose meetings, and the MPs have to disclose who they're meeting with, and you can see where the money's coming from. And, for better or worse, there's some sort of transparency across it. So I think, Bob, it's a question of, be careful what you wish for, because even though you might be able to ban, lobbying at the front line, there's nothing to stop someone walking around their particular community or their group or their industry or their tribe or whatever it is, encouraging people to vote a different way. So I think transparency is very, very important. I don't know that we have enough of it in our democracy. And I also think, there are some lobby groups that quite intentionally try to get the spotlight put on other lobbies to take it away, to take it away from them. The problem we have in this country is that we have compulsory voting, which forces everyone to vote, whereas in other countries, politicians have to work harder just to get people to vote in the first instance. And that's also another way that groups can seek to, I suppose, stack numbers by encouraging their tribe to get out the vote.
I agree. Probably even the bigger question intertwined, and Ben, this would be a segue to you. So I listened to Tucker Carlson. Also, the vigil I talked about with Lindsey Graham. So that sort of got me thinking on this one, because, you get, for example, the Iranian diaspora, whatever they call it, who have fled Iran and who want to go back to the old Iran. What's the Shah's son? He's lobbying a bunch of people as well. And it even goes back to what we talked about, again, the Modi rally thing on that. So there's lots of groups that, for example, India's lobbied us so hard they're getting our uranium. Should there be lobbying loud, but how do we get it to be in Australia's interest first? Now, Ben, I know that's something you are pretty big on. So I'm not too sure, again, that that's achievable, because I'll tell you what, when you're trying to lobby other countries, which you've got to do to get your relations going, trade deal agreements, all these sort of things, you just can't live in your own bubble, I don't believe. Whenever you're in that sort of agreement, that country is then going to lobby you for things. So, Ben, how do you go about the lobbying so we can make sure, one, it's Australia first, but two, it's also not going to impact us negatively from other countries getting pissed off with us?
Okay. So, ideally, whatever lobbying is taking place in Australia would have the best interests of Australia as its priority. I think what we're confronting is, and what we'd prefer not to be taking place, is for lobby groups, and we can understand why they do it, because they've got their reasons for doing so, regardless of what type of advocacy they're trying to implant upon the government. But if they could somehow work into whatever their spiel is to incorporate Australia into that, because otherwise it does appear to at least some people out there that these various lobby groups of all different backgrounds, all different nations, all different faiths, Modi is a perfect example. He was lobbying for Australian uranium, and that hasn't gone over very well with people in the country, and we'd prefer something like that doesn't take place.
But there would be some others who would argue, though. Okay, let's put the devil's advocate here. If you're an Australian company that deals with the export of uranium,
100.
they would argue that is in Australia's interest because it's creating Australian jobs.
Oh, of course it is, but it's to our detriment on the
Why?
whole, in large part, only because the Australian government has taken a stance that nuclear power is not an option for Australians to be able to utilise, and we will not.
Okay.
Oh, no, on that we're in furious agreement. You missed the chat earlier. I said it's disgraceful that the rest of the world will get to enjoy our uranium while we're going to China and saying, can we please have more wind farms and solar panels?
Yeah. So I same here. So if Australia banned, though, let's say in Australia we got rid of the uranium ban, we could use uranium for our energy and even, let's say, our defence capabilities. Is it then okay to say we can negotiate with a country like India or whatever to trade with them on uranium? Because we've then gone Australia first, and we've got, I think it's absurd that Australia gets ignored while India gets it. But if it was flipped and we could use that uranium to our best interest, then is it okay to deal uranium to India?
Yes, but I'd prefer it to be some other nations before we gave it to India.
Why?
Because I don't want India to be able to build up their nuclear arsenal as a result of us giving them that uranium, and therefore causing further conflict in that region, particularly with another nuclear power who they share a border with in Pakistan.
Okay.
And they're ideologically opposed, and there's tribal warfare going back between those nations.
I'm going to give you another question from left field then. There's a lot of ifs, so hypotheticals. So let's say we had our uranium industry and our military capabilities. One of the bigger attractions, and I don't think you would argue with this, is the way of life we've got in Australia compared to, say, if I wanted to immigrate from India. But if we actually provided uranium which could boost their energy needs for domestic use, their manufacturing needs for industry, and they could raise their way of life, would that then negate a lot of the appeal for Indians to come to Australia for that better way of life, because we're helping to raise? Because if we're being honest, that one of the great things about Western society and capitalism is over 100 years or maybe more, we raised a lot of nations out of poverty and the way of life for a lot of people across the globe. The problem I think we've got with a lot of this mass immigration stuff is a lot of these people that we may have left behind, I wouldn't argue, I think they've left it behind, but I'm just being, again, devil's advocate. They're looking for a better life in other countries, where if we could give them that better life in their own country, they might not be immigrating here. Wouldn't that be part of the benefits of lobbying?
Well, of course, we should be telling them to remain at home and build up their own countries. Unfortunately, what takes place with migration, particularly from people suffering horrible conditions in their own homelands, is the very best of those populations are the very people that can satisfy the eligibility criteria to be able to migrate into Western countries. They also have the means, the resources, and the education behind them. They have transportation to be able to take them places, and they can communicate effectively to be able to satisfy the key selection criteria as well and fill out all of the documents. And by extension of that taking place, we're actually diluting those countries, which are developing countries in many ways, from being able to attain their own success as a nation, because we keep snatching away from them their best talent. When it would be better served for the populations of those nations, for those, special minds, in lots of cases, to remain in their own country, to build up their own country for the benefit of their own people. Now, I do not begrudge them for wanting to flee and seek a better life for themselves, because most likely if I was in the same position, all of us were in the same position, we'd want to go somewhere else where we could take advantage of opportunities if we were willing to work hard.
You may yet be. We all might.
I think there's one question here to ask the Indian community, as a matter of fact, and I was pondering it after our conversation the other evening, Bob.
Mm-hmm.
And because we've had such a massive influx of Indians, or a large proportion of Indians arrive in the country, and the aspiration of millions more to arrive here, with the complicity of government who's going to books for them to allow them to come in larger number. I would like to pose questions to India, or pose the question to the Indian community. What's so bad about India that you all want to get the hell out of the joint? Because I don't see Australian people that are very desperate to migrate to India, and I can understand the reasons for that. There's cultural compatibility and things. But
we've now transitioned from lobbying to immigration. Let's stick to the lobbying a little bit for a minute. We can come to immigration.
But I think it's all sort of one in the same. This is all a bundle of subjects which can all be wrapped together neatly with a bow on top, if you'd like.
But there's a problem. I don't think it can be wrapped together neatly with a bow on top. So, for example, we're talking India and Israel and whatever other country you've got in there. But, for example, lobbying, what's one of the biggest lobby groups in Canberra? One of the biggest lobby groups, I would say, in Canberra, because they're holding sway over a lot, is the renewable industry. A lot of those renewable industries are actually Australian-owned companies, but they also have investors or people that sit on the board that might be from overseas. So
China specifically.
Yeah. So if that's an Australian lobby group, we're talking about Australia first, but they're causing incredible damage to our industry, our energy, all that sort of thing. Is that an Australian first lobbying effort? Are they actually helping build Australia, or actually they're hurting Australia because they want that uranium ban maintained? This is where I'm sort of trying to make. I've been thinking about this a lot. I understand it. You can't eliminate lobbying, right? That's my beef. And how do you grade that lobbying as it's to the benefit of Australia, and make it something where I think what Daniel said before, we've got to have total transparency. I don't think we have that. But how do you make that lobbying that goes on, if you admit it exists, how do we actually make it something that is majorly beneficial to this country, our citizens, our business, all that sort of thing, where people can actually have that quality of life that we've always been used to, but has been diluted in recent decades? So how do we make it better is probably the question.
Well, I think Scott Challen and the guys at the Australian Lobby Group, they're trying something. They're trying to impose a consensus amongst the public and advocate on their behalf, because the government in many ways has been overlooking the ordinary population out there only because they haven't got a vehicle.
Okay. That's fine.
To submit whatever their consensus is.
Scott Challen wants to lobby, as does Sam Bamford. I've got a lot of time for those boys.
Yeah, they're one and the same. So they're the Australian.
Yeah, no, I know. I get that. So, and then Lockie, who's a former Libertarian up in Queensland, I think he's part of it too.
Yes.
So, but Okay, so they're going to lobby. There's 3 of them, so they're going to go.
But there's no capital behind them like the renewables group, and obviously Daniel could speak to that because he understands this renewables group in many ways.
No, I agree with that, but let me finish the point. Is whether it's money behind it or not, there's people, groups, individuals, whatever, that are going to lobby Canberra, right? So how do we make sure that whatever that lobby, for example, there's going to be people that are virtually against Scott Challen, Sam Bamford and all that, and they're going to argue, well, that's not in the best interest of Australia. My point is, how do we make this lobbying, whatever the lobbying is, work in this nation's best interest in the best manner possible? Taking away all the ideology a little bit for the minute. If we were going to say we're starting up a democracy in Australia tomorrow, brand new from day one, how do we make sure that our politicians, when they get lobbied, we can be sure that lobbying is for this nation's best interests?
One of the obstacles we have is that so much of this is disclosed after, and in some cases months, after an election. And, it's bizarre because if I set up a GoFundMe tomorrow that just said, deport Bob, right? Chip in $5 to deport Bob, right?
Let's go.
And Ben donated $10 and Rami donated $15. Right? You would see that in the sidebar within seconds, right? But if I set up a political party called Australians for Deporting Bob, and everybody gave me $9,874 or whatever it is, $1 below the threshold, you wouldn't see that. And if someone gave me millions of dollars and disclosed it, you also wouldn't see that until I'd won the election and I'd had Bob had Bob deported, and then it comes out, and so 6 months later they go, oh, it was Bob's ex-wife who wanted him deported, right? And so that's one of the things that we could fix is like actual transparency means looking at it in real time and keeping everyone honest and just knowing whose vested interests are at play. But of course, one of the other problems that we have is that there are certain lobbies that are prohibited from any form of political donation. And, the backstory to that was it was to stop, developers bribing local councillors to put their DAs through. But what it also means is that some of the wealthier people in this country who, might want to donate to a political party, technically they're a developer because they've renovated a few houses. Part of the reason Sydney is such a deathly boring place at night is because, people like Justin Hemmers, for example, would be a prohibited donor because, they sell booze and gaming and things like that. So you have you already have this really stacked deck, and you sort of see it certainly with renewables. Like, because nuclear energy is banned in this country, there is no investment market for it whatsoever. It's the same as if you went to someone and said, hey, I'm thinking of building a cocaine factory. Would you like to invest? No, nobody would, right? If they got rid of that ban and that prohibition, suddenly market forces actually kick in. So it's not only that we have the lobbying and that it's opaque, but we also have specific groups that are not allowed to lobby, which hands an absolute free kick to other people who benefit very handsomely from essentially pushing against an open door and having no opposition whatsoever.
Right.
Stunned silence.
No,
I just don't get. I understand we are as a country are isolated from the rest of the world, and I feel like many countries who come to Australia, it's an opportunity for us to engage with them and see what is in our best interest. But I also never understood why we haven't been doing the same thing. We haven't been hitting, this place or that joint or this joint and lobbying for Australia like these countries are lobbying for themselves. And I feel like when I understand we have to fix things from the inside. I understand that people want what's best for Australia. But a lot of these organizations, I'm not going to name who tries to imitate that, that's the exact thing they're trying to do. I don't feel like any one of them can do the homework or can handle the task because all they've got is a microphone they complain to. Like, I haven't seen them put anything on the table that's like, you know, that I could feel, that I could understand, that I could like. It just feels like it's a phase that that these people are going through. I feel like what's in our best interest is to see what's on the table for us from people who knows we are isolated and out of nowhere, and they come in here for our uranium, they come in here for this and that. We should take the best deal we can, but we should also lobby for Australia outside of Australia. Like, it's the only time I've seen our politicians or our prime ministers going overseas is just to dance and look like absolute clowns around world leaders, and on top of that, give them the best deal instead of, you know, taking advantage of them. It's just, I feel like people like Trump, who's a businessman running the biggest country in the world, looks at leaders like, I don't know if we can even call him a leader, you know, like the drunk we have here. I think they underestimate him and they take total advantage of him.
Do you remember when Anthony Albanese was at the White House and Kevin Rudd was there and they were meeting with Trump and you know, Trump said, who's this guy to Kevin Rudd? But I just remember, you know, I mean, at the time, a lot of people were expecting Trump to basically tear shreds off Albanese because, you know, the country had just recognised Palestine in the middle of a hostage crisis and, you know, done all these things that potentially weaken national security. And instead Trump goes, oh, you know, we love this guy. We have a great relationship. This is excellent. As soon as he said that, all I was thinking is, we have just been screwed so badly and we're too stupid to realise it.
That's right. That was very obvious for people who pay attention.
But I mean, the guy's a master negotiator, and we're sending in somebody who has probably never had to negotiate a pay rise in his life.
I don't know if you guys were aware of the Iraqi Prime Minister visit to the White House yesterday, but this is a fairly young guy, and you can tell he's not that experienced when it comes to being a politician because the way he answered questions wasn't really spot on. But if you pay attention, the guy has a master's degree in economics, and he came to the White House and he walked out with a really good deal, an amazing deal. And it sort of shocks me that a leader from that part of the world would strike a deal like this with the White House, where we have politicians going there making fun of themselves, representing us.
If you had any idea on economics or business, he's Trump's estimation of him, what I think thing, especially if he's a strong person is in his will, because Trump's a businessman. I mean, for you guys who haven't been around, I mean, Trump with me, just personally with me, lost a lot of skin with this ridiculous MOU thing he did with Iran, which I think he's now starting to realise was crazy. But I think Trump has got a lot of bravado. He beats his chest a little bit, even with the Australian thing with Albanese. What are the odds that Trump didn't even know how to pronounce Albanese's name for 48 hours before the meeting? I don't think Trump would even know. He would be getting advice. Listen,
the fellow from down under.
Yeah.
Well, that was Biden, but it also shows. I mean, we are so, you know, irrelevant on a global scale. I mean, I always loved it, you know, when you were, you know, those of you who closely follow Waverley local council politics, you know, we'll often hear about, you know, people talking about the iconic world famous Bondi Beach and how we can't have a bar on the sand, or we couldn't have a dance party on the sand because it's this world famous iconic beach. And I mean, I've traveled around the world, and you know, I used to live in Bellevue Hill, but when people overseas would say to me, oh, where do you live? I'd just say Bondi because that seems easier. They've never heard of the joint. They've never heard of the joint. But we think we're this, you know, big dog. We're kind of not.
Did you hear Elbow's speech on AI? Where he's saying we're basically leading the world and the world is looking at us. And I'm going, no, they're not. On AI. What
embarrassing.
Yeah.
Even embarrassing compared to most of the Gulf countries in the Middle East. I mean, we are nowhere near where the rest of the world is, especially when it comes to China versus America. We're like, we're not even close, and that's all because I guess our priorities here in Australia is what we're going to put on the table tomorrow morning. And, the people are not politically educated, and they don't know the consequences of the governments we had, not only during lockdowns, but the government that we have now and all the damage that it almost feels like they'll do something that's hideous. Everybody hates it in the country. And 2 weeks after, everybody have forgotten about it.
Yeah. Well, I'll give you an example of the naivety of our politics over here. Here's the ABC. Here's everybody on the left side of the media, and Albo's out there raising his hands with Narendra Modi, who is his ideology is on the other side of the political scale to Albo's. Narendra Modi is actually on the right, even pushing towards the far right in Indian politics. But here they are, all over each other. If that had have been Pauline Hanson, let's say future Prime Minister Pauline Hanson with Narendra Modi, what do you think her coverage would have been like? It would have been disastrous. So a lot of people in Australia have no idea about the political scale, the ideology. One thing that's come out recently, which I think is fantastic, because I've been banging a drum about this in all sorts of different quarters for probably 20 years, because Dad taught me about it, is the Fabian Society starting to be talked about. And how many of the people within the ALP and on the left side are part of the Fabian Society?
I think some of us have been talking about it for a very, very long time. But I think there was some podcast the other day who did almost like a
Joe
TikTok
Rogan.
Reveal about, I've just learned about this grand conspiracy, and it's like, what?
No, it's Joe Rogan with what's his name? One of the Restore. Rupert Lowe, that's it. So they gave it prominence. Now all of a sudden everyone's discovered the Fabian Society. I don't really care. I just think it's fantastic. And I'll tell you now, I reckon in the Fabian Society, if you put it across, Dad warned about this a while ago. It used to be just pretty much an ALP thing. I would not be surprised within a lot of the moderates within the LNP, there's a few Fabians in there as well.
Well, of course there is, because they're beholden to whatever that vision for the country is, to the benefit of themselves. And
what is that vision?
it's globalism.
I don't get.
Many of them are adherents. Many of them have only arrived in politics as a result of them participating for 5, 6, 7, or a decade. 5, 6, 7 years.
I think you're giving far too much credit to some very mediocre people.
Yeah, so
no, of course, but they do have a young leadership program at the WEF, and many of them have found themselves in politics as a result of participating in that.
Okay.
So they've been brought up to speed. Their worldview is aligned with whatever the vision of that is.
Oh, you'll see that on boards as well. I mean, the Australian Institute of Company Directors is pushing, a lot of woke ideology on people who sort of fancy their career as being on boards, and then this ends up as board members. And of course, the only way to stay on a board and get invited to other boards and go to all the cocktail parties is to say all the right things about, whether it's DEI and various other, attributes to kind of, keep yourself there. Because if you come out and unless you're basically a Jerry Harvey or an Elon Musk who has don't give a fuck money, you have to sort of toe the line and keep repeating this, and that kind of then trickles down to people who never voted for it. And so, yes, you absolutely do get that system where unelected individuals hold tremendous power over society with very little accountability for that. And yes, it is. It is certainly a worry. I mean, I think it's, to some extent, it's probably a chicken or an egg, because there's going to be certain people that, at university, they always saw themselves as they went from being school captain to being on a committee, to doing volunteerism, to then becoming a young leader and then finding themselves in politics. I don't know necessarily that it's the other way around, where there's some sort of conspiracy that finds its way to wrap its tentacles around them. I mean, that may well happen as well. Sometimes they get the tap, but there is a certain type, and it's very rare that it's someone who just worked in a fish and chip shop and was a single mum and and ran a small business and then suddenly found themselves in it. And I think that's actually part of the problem. We have a system of politics, at least in this country, that actively repels smart, successful people from entering politics, because if you've made a lot of money or you've been highly successful, why would you put your hand up for a job that probably means a pay cut, means spending a lot more time in Canberra than anybody ever should, and having complete strangers hate you for no reason? I mean, who would put their hand up for that? It's not aspirational. So often we end up with people who, they never really had a job, or they can't get a job, or they need a job, or they've just been sort of doing this since university, so they don't want to dare upset the apple cart and say anything. And I think it just really makes for very mediocre politicians.
How do we incentivize those people to get involved in government then, Daniel? Knowing in the short term, if they do remove themselves from the private sector or their own business and then get involved in politics, they're going to suffer a significant pay cut.
Yep.
How can we sweeten the deal for them? How can we incentivize them? I've got one idea, but I'm interested in yours.
I think it's an excellent question. And I mean, certainly, again, when I ran, the first question everybody said to me is, why would you want to do that? And I mean, look, it's so funny on X when it sort of died down a bit in the last 12 months. But for 3 years, I used to have people go, how'd you go in the election? And I'm like, I actually knew I wasn't going to win because I had an $800 campaign against someone who had a $2 million campaign. Give me $2 million, I'll win any seat in the country. I just wanted to talk about nuclear a lot. But I told the people at my office, don't worry, I'll be back in a few weeks or months. And it was a good opportunity to just see how things would run, without me. But a lot of people would say to me, why are you doing this? And look, I've always thought if you don't rock the boat, you deserve to go down with it. So it's all well and good saying, we need better business people in politics. Well, okay, fine. I put my hand up and I did it. I think the Singaporean model is a very good one. Politicians get paid a fortune and it attracts, really CEO level, very, very accomplished people, but they're also incentivized, not to accept bribes, because we incentivize people to do that, because in this country, if you're a entirely unremarkable person who one day finds himself getting elected and suddenly you're having the first business class airfares you've ever had in your life, you're getting recognized by name when you go to restaurants, you can get bookings at those restaurants, you have chairman's announcement, you get so addicted to this and being able to just call for the car when you've had a few too many drinks, that you never ever want to lose that and go back to your life of mediocrity. So that makes you susceptible to someone saying, well, you just write a few visas for all of my cousins and I'll make sure everybody votes for you and things like that. Whereas in Singapore, it's the opposite. They don't want to lose what they have by doing something really stupid like getting caught, like getting caught for bribe. Now, it would have to be a cultural shift over time, because I don't think you could just tomorrow, triple the salary of Anthony Albanese, because I don't think that's money well spent. But I have to tell you, the fact that the Prime Minister, who is essentially the CEO of CEOs, is on a salary of $600,000 a year, to me is embarrassing. Now, I get that it's a little bit more complicated than that, but the old saying about peanuts and monkeys does come to mind. I do think the political discourse is a real problem as well, because when you run for politics, you sacrifice privacy. I think that sort of puts a lot of people off, and especially some of the more, larrikin-esque people. I mean, I would love to see a few more pants men, your Bob Hawkes, your John Singletons, people like that in politics, your Trumps, people who just say what they feel and don't give a shit, because, that's just kind of who they are. And at least people, can sort of take it or leave it on that basis, as opposed to what we have. So I do think that, the anonymous trolling that you can look forward to, and just the automatic hate, like, oh, you're running for the Liberal Party, I hate you, or you're running for the Greens, you're a filthy animal, I hate you. And okay, I'm probably a bit guilty about it with the Greens. I think that needs to be managed as well. Or alternatively, you need to attract people who just have such a thick skin, they kind of don't care. I mean, there's not much you can say to me on social media that's going to have an impact because I've heard it all before, but I'm probably wired differently to a lot of people who would run screaming if they dared read the comment section. So, I think it's a problem, but also I think the fact that we have compulsory voting means that it sort of incentivizes people to suddenly become political animals when they would just as easily not care.
See, I think that's different. I think compulsory voting, we get too many people coming up who've got no idea, don't care about politics, and will vote for the first thing they say.
Yeah, or they vote the way their dad did and the way his dad did. And all those rusted on voters can be taken completely for granted by political parties because...
I'll give you a radical theory on how to get politicians better. I was reading something today. I've got it up there. There's one minister that's just bought a fourth home. There's another ALP politician. They're giving a public thing about wealth creation or something. And he's got $40 million in property investment. And I'm going, you belong to a government that's overseeing a housing crisis and you've just bought your fourth house. I mean,
what politician has got 40 million in property?
I'll get it up for you in a minute. Just let me finish.
Well, hang on. But before you reveal who it is, I would love someone who has $40 million coming into politics. Now, if a person like Hillary Clinton, when she went into politics, she didn't have a pot to piss in. And now she's a multi-millionaire. So you've got to sort of scratch your head about that.
What about Nancy Pelosi?
Well, so many of them. So many. I mean, that's I think.
Green's another one, made an absolute fortune. So I'm not too sure. Look, if you go back long enough, and I think I'm the oldest person on this panel, if you go back long enough, it was back in the politics, the Hawke government was actually a good government. They had some amazing people that had not union backgrounds. They had backgrounds in trades, in business. There was the union representative. Now it's all union. If you look at the Liberals, a lot of them, while it's a bit better, a lot of them are coming out of university, not as unionists, but as political animals, right?
Yeah.
So
maybe a lawyer or two.
Yeah. Back in the 70s and 80s, people got into politics because they'd had a successful run in whatever they did as a business, in work or whatever, and they saw it as a civic duty to give back to what the country gave to them. So the idea of a professional politician is, by human history, something that's recent. It started probably in the 90s with Keating and Howard and a few of the others.
It's true.
If you look
Canberra was a dry town.
Yes.
And they slept in a hostel, which is now the Hyatt of Canberra.
So I actually think, right now, the politicians we got there, I think, are paid too much. I understand if you get peanuts, whatever, but we've got a bunch of imbeciles that should never be getting paid what they're getting paid. But I understand the idea of attracting them more. But can we put in place for all our politicians some sort of incentive on how well the country's travelling, on how well you're getting paid? So if you start voting against productivity or energy or something that's going to have an impact on the economy, that's going to impact on your wage, like you do with any other company employer.
I know what you're saying, and you're structuring this the same way that, say, a CEO of a company might have their base package, and then they might have bonuses on top of that. But the problem is, from a political perspective, that creates a huge conflict because, for example, no politician would ever want to upset a particular thing, even though it's completely the right thing to do. I mean, this is why I've always been a fan of fixed political terms, because it allows you to do really shitty things without constantly looking over your shoulder. And when I say shitty things, I mean, going to war or adjusting taxes or doing things that will help some people and not help other people, but they're the right thing to do. In this country, we've had sort of government by Twitter for a very long time, where you constantly had politicians and right up to the Prime Minister constantly looking over their back shoulder. Correct. And that stifles their ability to do very difficult but noble things.
Thing is, though, with the Prime Minister and the Premier, I mean, how many advisors do they have? So you don't even know whether you're actually getting the opinion or the ideology or the thoughts of that person, or is it the bureaucracy behind them that's manipulating their opinion to give you what you want?
Yeah, or you have an advisor who's 20 years old. He's never had a job, and his major qualification is that his father used to be in politics.
But I'm going to get on my old whipping horse here, Ben. This is why I actually think, and my reasons are different. Ben will know what I'm about to raise. I want us to become a republic. I want a new constitution. Yeah. And one of the reasons I want a new constitution, one of the things I'd love to steal out of the American constitution, when Trump wins, whoever wins the presidency, but when Trump won the presidency, he doesn't have to appoint ministers from his political party. He can approach anybody in that country that he thinks got the best interests and say, for the good of your country, I want you to come and run this cabinet for the next 4 years or the next 8 years.
And you don't say no.
Yeah. And Scott Bessent is one of the most impressive political minds, and yet Trump's supposed to be a bigot. Scott Bessent is a gay man with a husband. Yet he's one of the smartest conservatives on the planet with the smarts for economics. Every time I listen to him, I'm just blown away by the way he wins an argument and the way he handles a debate. And you can go, the fact that Trump has got someone like RFK Jr., it was a JFK Jr., I can't remember whichever one it is, but he's now sitting in his cabinet who was a Democrat. It's like a wartime cabinet. Your leader of your country should be able to go and approach the 10 best people, the best person to be your treasurer. Don't tell me Jim Chalmers is the best person in Australia to be our bloody treasurer. Don't tell me Chris Bowen is the best person to look over energy infrastructure. We should be getting the best minds into the best place. And then I'd agree with you, Daniel. If the leader of this country got those best minds, pay them close to a wage is what they would get in corporate life. But I don't want to be paying large wages for idiots from university that have never run a business, that couldn't even clean my toilet bowl, and we're paying them $300,000 and they're buying all these properties. Making themselves wealthier and wealthier. And that's where I think a lot of Australians get pissed off.
This is what I find so funny. So I think she's 22 years old. Senator
Charlotte Walker.
Senator Charlotte Walker. Now, hang on. Everybody's picking on Charlotte Walker. I think she's brilliant, and I'll tell you why. Because most of the people on the Labor front bench went 20 or 30 years having never had a real job in their life to get to where they are. She did it straight out of school. Good on her.
Credit where credit's due. That's
not to mention all the bitter taste it's going to leave in their mouth.
Boys, I'm gonna share two things with you about our politicians.
Boy, is she going to get a good job out of politics?
Oh, isn't she what? And she got in on about 1,100 votes. But anyway, that's our system. Now, I'll show you these guys that own the property. Hold on, let me share the screen.
If Daniel spent a little bit more than $700, maybe he could have got in on 1,100 votes. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, but hang on, Ben. Winning, I have a business. Winning was the worst possible outcome. Yeah. Almost winning was the best possible outcome.
I'm joking, mate.
Okay, I got two things for you guys. So here we go. Labor Assistant Minister Kate Thwaites has just purchased her fourth property, a holiday home. So anyone really heard much of her? I haven't barely heard of her. Anyway, she's having a budget town hall. A politician's telling people, out of their community how to budget. I like that. With the Dr. Andrew Charlton MP, Assistant Minister for Science. Now, if you dig deeper into that, this is Lisa, who's usually pretty good. And she's pictured here with another Labor MP, Dr. Andrew Charlton, who owns $40 million worth of property. Now, while I understand what you were saying, Daniel, there, I also question how on a politician's wage are they getting that sort of wealth? That to me is the biggest trick. It's like Nancy Pelosi in the States. And that smells of fraud and corruption to me, but I could be wrong. Another one.
You know what else corrupt about Charles is he was parachuted into Parramatta. He never lived in the area.
Yeah. And here's another one. So we're coming up to the state election. Have a look through that list. Now, all these bastards.
Well, actually, hang on, guys. I've just looked it up, right? So Andrew Charlton studied economics. He was an analyst at the United Nations early on in his career, and I'm reading this and I'm going, these are bullshit jobs. But hang on a second. He was the general manager at West Farmers.
There you go.
In 2010 for 4 years. And he was the founder and managing director of a large organization for 5 years after that. And then he was the managing director of Accenture for a couple of years after that. So
he's loaned against his shares, Daniel, basically.
He was probably on $1 million salary. So you know what? He sounds like he's done all right for himself. And I'll push back against the tall poppy syndrome that says, oh, he shouldn't be that rich, because you know what? Good on him.
If he's done it that way, I agree with you. If you've done it off sorry, I didn't know that. It's a good pickup. Good fact check, Daniel. But going back to our politicians.
Bob, I can hit you there for a second. So I think, Daniel, the happy medium for yourself and Bob right there is, okay, they have been extraordinarily successful. He's obviously worked diligently to attain his position, his financial status. Congratulations to them. But if they have been so successful, and if she's able to now get her 4th property, why isn't she sharing whatever that recipe is? Why aren't they known for that? She should be the minister out there saying, look, this is how I did it, and walk people through step by step. This is the amount of capital we needed. These are the banks we approached. This is how we leveraged ourselves, and we implemented a plan right here. You don't need to go to Scott Pape and the Barefoot Investor to read his book to figure out how to utilize property to attain upward mobility. But certainly,
unfortunately, we don't get taught wealth in this country because it's tall poppy syndrome. I mean, Bob, just to turn the slide off for 1 second. The difference between Australia and America is this. In America, and I've seen this firsthand, I'm sitting outside at a cafe, and I think it was a Lamborghini or Ferrari or some incredible supercar pulls up, and I watched 2 young black kids.
Lambos and Ferraris are just run of the mill, Daniel. We're talking Connors and eggs,
and I watched 2 young black kids who were basically dressed like gangsters approach this car, and my natural antenna start twitching, and I'm watching this and I'm wondering, is this going to be a carjacking or what's going on here? And by the way, hello to all the outrage archaeologists who just clipped
profiling, Daniel. Racial profiling.
Yeah. Hello to all the outrage archaeologists who are going to wave this clip in my face. But there's some real context here, right? And those kids basically went up to the kid and said, "Hey, mister, how did you get this car, and how do I get this car?" And it was like a scene. I felt like it was a scene out of a B-grade movie, right? Yeah. In Australia, I've been sitting in Double Bay having lunch, and a Ferrari parked right out the front, and someone said, "I'm going to finish my car and my coffee, and I'm going to go and key that car," right? And that's the difference between America and Australia, because we have tall poppy syndrome here that says, I don't have that car, so you shouldn't have that car. Whereas in America, it's, I don't have that car, so how do I get that car? And so the thing that, we have in politics is we don't have someone saying, hey guys, here's how to get filthy, stinking rich, because you would get pissed on for creating that sort of dialogue. And the funny thing is, most of the people online, you see these things pop up in your YouTube ads like, oh, here's the secret of my property success, or here's how I got rich. Most of those people are just the modern version of 20 years ago. You used to see these handwritten cardboard signs on traffic lights saying, make $5,000 a week, ask me how, right? It's a modern version of that. They're just caught in some sort of Ponzi scheme that has now moved online. It's not actual wealth creation, because a lot of that is really quite boring. It involves mathematics, it involves economics, it involves the stuff that we don't really get taught at school these days. And you see it at every single level. I mean, if you started a business here today, most people would probably go to ChatGPT and say, write my business plan for me. But 5 years ago, I would have people come to me saying, I'm thinking of starting a business. What do I do? And I would send them to a website called SCORE, SCORE. And I forget what it stands for, but that was it's an American Chamber of Commerce or something that's just got these incredible resources, business plan templates, marketing plans, and it's totally free. And it sort of gives you the head start in starting a business, growing a business, and becoming rich, right? To start a business in this country, you might find some government websites that will tell you all about all the licenses you need and all the taxes you're going to have to pay. but nothing in there tells you how to get filthy, stinking rich,
Mm.
because we just don't do it. So that answers the question why these people have just quietly amassed wealth, and they've probably not told anyone about it. And I wouldn't be surprised if Andrew Charlton was shocked that he'd have to disclose all of this stuff, because it's probably nobody else's business. It's a cultural thing. It's a cultural thing.
But that's all good, Daniel. But okay, then why, if these two are so good with and a good fact check, good, why don't they carry more sway within the cabinet, who's just actually made it harder for young Australians to own property?
Tell me about it.
So there's something wrong in that dynamic. I'll give you another.
I'd rather listen to his views on it than
his views obviously aren't winning the day inside the Labor cabinet.
No, because there's internal party politics, and they never grew out of student politics, and this one didn't like that one, and that one dated this one, and
we're talking about your 4-year terms before. I want to show you something. This is the mediocrity, and I think the problem, the double-edged sword we've got in our politics. So I'll just give you an example. Coming up to, I don't know how many of you are in Victoria, but we're coming up to our election. Hopefully we get rid of this ALP government, but here's a list of Victorian politicians in this ALP government who've decimated this state. Now, if you have a look at them, look at the margins that these guys have got from 8 through to 11. Now, if you're in Victoria, you'd probably recognise two of these names. Lily D'Ambrosio is the worst energy minister, probably worse than Chris Bowen. So she's got a margin of 11. She'll still be in Parliament after the next election. Jacinta Allen is in a bit of trouble, apparently, in Bendigo East, but she's still got a margin of 10. There's a chance she's still going to be there. The rest of these are no names. But they're all going to be still, even despite what they've done to this state, they're all still going to be sitting in that Parliament the next term. And unless Jess Wilson, which I don't think she can do, can get a bit more of a majority than a minority government, they will be voting against things like the corruption in the big build, which apparently has wasted $15 billion of Victorian taxpayers' dollars. So I would furiously agree with you, Daniel, on a 4 or 8 year term, but these people just sit in government, and they protect the union guys, and you can just imagine what's going on in the background. Here's a house for you. Here's a building for you. Here's something for you. Just make sure you don't let this vote up on the Royal Commission. It's fraud all the way through. And don't tell me also the union movement also gets behind the Greens as well as other, like in our upper house, and I'll give Harvey a lot of credit. I didn't think it would work, but I'm still not 100% sure it will. But apparently the group voting tickets are...
The Free Palestine Party.
Yeah. They still haven't quite got rid of it. We'll see where that goes to. But
it's crazy.
That's just an example of the pathetic standard of politics we've got, and we've got to find a solution, whatever that solution is, to get better individuals with better integrity, and to do, like, look at Trump. I mean, and like I said, I've started to become a bit more critical of Trump, but he's still a politician who's not taking a wage because he was successful in corporate life, and he loves his country, and he's given it back, and he's drawn other people from that. We need that sort of system in Australia, which we don't have here.
Can I ask you, Bob? So Trump's taken $2 billion. Trump took $2 billion off crypto, which is remarkable. Okay, but you were mentioning earlier, and you touched upon this, Daniel. In the United States, they don't do tall poppy syndrome. They celebrate the success, and they
Caitlin Clark gives a lie to that.
Well, in many ways.
You know who Caitlin Clark is?
Yeah, she's an NBA basketballer. She's the
best. They're trying to tear that tall poppy syndrome down right at the moment. But anyway, keep going. Sorry.
They enthusiastically also seek out excess. So they celebrate success, and they indulge in the excess as well. Now, when I was in Palm Beach recently, there's actually an Australian billionaire that purchased the most expensive property on Billionaires Row in Palm Beach. And Larry Ellison bought a property there for about 140 million US dollars. But this Australian guy that not many people know about whatsoever, he purchased an island for himself there for a little bit more than 140 million US. And I was like, I've never heard this guy's name. This guy is obviously killing it and he's been killing it in business. And
What's his
Daniel,
name?
well, Daniel's pulling him up, so Daniel's going to share the story because it is very interesting. But so we're talking about being able to leverage your position. We're talking about knowledge. We're talking about our financial understanding.
Yeah.
And so what I would like to see, because we were mentioning Jim Chalmers, why wouldn't the very best money manager in the country be the person who should become the treasurer of the country?
So, I have looked up who it is. And the fact that you'd never heard about it, I mean, that's the great thing. Like I always said, the people who make the BRW rich list, there's probably people who are a lot richer that intentionally don't make that list.
100.
Yeah.
Share with us, share with the audience. Who is it, Daniel? And how did he get
hands
there?
up everybody who's heard of Michael Dorrell, who is the chairman, CEO, and co-founder of Stone Peak. Anyone?
No.
Good on him.
No, not heard of him.
Yeah.
And yeah, they do go
and by the way, if he were back in this country, he'd probably be in a modest four better.
Yep. No,
I mean, it's astronomical. You can be a complete fuck up in America and make so much more money than being a complete success in this country.
Mm.
I mean, you have people who they're just a barista here, and they go over to America, and a few years later they got 200 cafes. In this country, you'd still be waiting for the DA on your second one.
Well, that's true. Regulation.
Let's get Rami into the conversation. What are your thoughts, mate?
Well, there's nothing to add to what Daniel just said, because it's so obvious that when a lot of Australians, even from our circle of friends that we all know, as soon as they go to the America, the first thing they all notice almost always is there is no such thing as tall poppy syndrome in America. And the number two is collaboration. People are willing to collaborate, help you. And number three is they're always happy for you to succeed and make money. And, they embrace you for making money. And the reason why these people are making money is not just because, obviously there's a lot more collaboration going on there, but also because there's less red tape, yellow tape, green tape on everything. Like sometimes when I sit down on YouTube and watch one of these build your own house videos in America, I'm shocked at how much they get away with. They can be in the middle of nowhere, it's their land, and they can build whatever the hell they want, even if the house is going to collapse on them.
Yeah.
Where here, even if you ordered something, let's say a capsule house from China, and they built it to meet the Australian standards, you still can't install it here because you're going to have to kiss the asses of every councillor in your neighbourhood.
You can't put a granny flat in the middle of your farm that hasn't had a visitor in 12 years. You can't put a flat there. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I remember when I was talking to Scott Challen about this. I was asking him about building in the codes that we've got in Australia. The reason housing's got so expensive is it's now by legislation that you have to put certain amount of things. For example, in America, you have to put a certain amount of things, for example, let's say solar panels or a battery or whatever, to meet environmental guidelines in Australia. Whereas if you went over to America or any other country, you don't have to do that, and you can make it for a much cheaper price.
Well, why do you think Bundaberg rum made in Bundaberg, Queensland, costs less in America than it does in Bundaberg?
That's one thing that is just so infuriating when you're in the United States and you see that they haven't got the same type of taxes on their liquor, for example. You do wonder what the hell is going on. The government is snatching away so much of Australian households' wealth through taxation and also through interest rates for an average homeowner as well. In the United States, it's not at all uncommon for people to have a mortgage at 3% or 3.5% for the entirety of the loan as well.
Well, it's not just even that. It's just, I'll give you an example. It's a bit of incentive. So this is a personal experience. I've got my company. I'm trying to get investors on board with the sports company. One of the major investors I was looking at was real estate agents. There's plenty of them. And it's not a sponsorship. It's actually investing in the company so they can get a return. I had, before the budget, I reckon I had half a dozen real estate agencies interested. They were looking at everything I was sending them. They're linking. I was on the verge of trying to get a meeting with them. And then bang, the changes to negative gearing came in. All of a sudden, every real estate agent just went bang. So I'm trying to get up a company that can get investment, that can create business, that can employ people. And because they were anti-wealth with their negative gearing changes, those real estate agencies say, no, they're getting less on the prices for property now. They are really concerned about where the economy is about to go. There's less people investing. People who have already invested and got the grandfathers are okay, so they can keep the rentals going, but they're going to raise their rentals. But no new people are going to come into the market because they don't have the grandfather capacity, so they've got the negative gearing concerns. So now not only are you increasing rents, you're dropping the availability of rental properties. And anybody who's trying to get an investor on board, because not only negative gearing, for example, because of the changes they made to the capital gains tax, you cannot get people now to invest in people who are trying to get ahead, who are entrepreneurs, innovators, trying to start a company. Where in America, they would take all, except for maybe in New York now, they would take all those disincentives away from you to encourage you to actually start a business. And many countries in Southeast Asia, I think like Singapore and whatever, they're similar. The incentives are there to start business, to create wealth, to employ people. In Australia, it seems to be the biggest disincentive. They're trying, well, if you're going to get in business, we're going to make it as hard as possible as we can for you to get ahead. The ridiculous thing about that is if, let's say, all four of us started a company or a business and we employed 20 people each, all of a sudden you've got 80 more taxpayers to put into the consolidated revenue for these politicians to spend. So we've got it all arse about. How do you change that, though? And this is sort of coming back to my initial question with the lobby groups. How do we get that lobbying better so we can get a better outcome?
So here's what happens. You don't change it, right? You get on a plane, you go and live somewhere else, and that brings us right back to the beginning, which is, well, why are people from other countries coming here? Because you just keep trying to, you just keep trying to sort of scale up. Now, that said, you know, the grass is always greener, right? I mean, I think America is a tremendous country. I think it's wonderful. I think their coffee is appalling, and you know,
and you know, healthcare, but not universal healthcare.
I speak to people. Well, listen, I've been through the American health system. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. My travel insurance paid for it heavily. But, you know, I mean, I talk to UK backpackers who come here and, you know, I was having a chat to one. She was it was an upmarket restaurant, a woman from the UK. And I was saying to her, you know, you're in hospitality. You must find this place so incredibly boring. You can't go out for a drink when you knock off work. It's boring. It's sleepy. She loved it. And the only reason she loved it was because, you know, the weather. You know, she likes weather, and I'm thinking like, you know, I could probably make more money over in, you know, working in London, but you know, it'd be pretty bleak. So it's easy to sort of look at these things, and I have to keep reminding myself that, you know, by and large, Australia is actually, you know, it's a pretty good place. And I mean, I've been very, very dejected for the last few years because, you know, I've watched just the completely toxic discourse in this country. And then I watched like people I literally know get murdered at a beach I went to all the time as a kid. And one of the reasons I went on the shitbox rally, which was about 7,000 kilometers driving around, is that it actually reminded me how beautiful this country really is and how amazing this country is. And it reminded me why we have to work so hard to protect it. Because, you know, you actually need to see these things, you know, firsthand to understand it. So, you know, it's like, look, you could go to Dubai and make an absolute fortune, or you could go to some Asian countries and make an absolute fortune. You might not enjoy it that much. You know, so there are pros and cons of all of these things.
Mate, on that, like, I was speaking with someone over 12 months ago now who's involved in some content creation here in this country. And it's quite difficult for them to make significant money in that space, only because overseas there's a much larger market. and there's more.
What sort of content are we talking about?
Just political content and whatever else was required, and they do photography and videography. But in Dubai, the government of Dubai was actually offering incentives for people around the world. Come to our country. We're going to hook you up. We'll give you a line of credit. We will give you a studio. We will give you all the equipment to operate a production. And all we'd require from you is to share with a global audience your experience here and how wonderful it is, and basically be like a tourism agent for them as well, to say, this is what we're going to give you. And if you do so, we not only will give you somewhere to live, we'll give you subsidized housing. We'll ensure that your children are taken care of, or they're put into private school, or whatever else it may be. And my friend
that's global influence for you. And I mean, it's similar to what
they are stealing talent, Daniel, through that incentive. And
it's similar to what Gina Reinhart was talking about. Bringing talent here, and she got shit canned for daring to suggest such a thing. I mean, I saw it a few years ago when you had pretty blonde women and influencers doing little bikini numbers in Saudi Arabia. And I mean, Rami, you'd remember that. You just look at it and go, are you for real? But that's how influence works.
Are you talking specifically about the that Muslim Foundation blonde
girl?
Oh
no, Lily Jade. No. This is a few years ago. It's all sort of disappeared. It would have been her
back then. Yeah,
it's all sort of disappeared. But at one stage, Saudi Arabia was talking about building this hyper city called the Line, and your social media was just filled. And this place, it would have flying cars and swimming pool in every home and all this other sort of amazing kind of stuff. And it was I think Saudi trying to do what the UAE have done and sort of look for a kind of post oil economy, but the problem with all of this is until they get rid of the Islamist angle, it's all going to come down. But they started having like music festivals. They were having like electronic dance music festivals there. They're trying to say, oh no, Saudi's really cool, go. And I was just looking at this going, it doesn't work that way, guys.
Well, they paid Ronaldo $200 million US a year to go there and play soccer.
Yeah.
And they are going to build that line there. And also Elon Musk has been on the public record saying he's going to supply them 50 million humanoid robots as well.
Yeah.
So they will no longer have to rely on Bangladeshians.
There's many projects like this in Saudi Arabia. One of the things that I came across, this is back 2017, when I was in Cannes Film Festival, I met a lot of like filmmakers from all across the world. And guess who had a branch in the middle of the festival? The Saudi government. And their offer was to any filmmaker that was there, and there were thousands of us. Anybody who wants to come to Saudi Arabia, we'll take care of you. We'll give you housing. We'll give you everything.
Except me.
Plus, on top of that, whatever movie budget you have, they'll pay half of it. So if whether your movie was going to cost, a micro budget $500,000 movie or $1 million, or whether it was $200 million, they were going to pay half of that for you.
We do that. We do that here, though. Like the Film Australia grants are the reason Australian film turns out such rubbish, and it's also why foreign films come to this country.
Aquaman, the Gold Coast is trying to deal with a lot of that now. They're trying to expand movie world.
Well, it's going to fail miserably because we've built all these studios along the Gold Coast and all these areas where they massive studios and they cost a lot of money, and they try to implement technologies that are dead before they even born, like the Mediterranean movie, whatever it's called. They built the whole studio just like with movie screens just to change locations, and instead of having to travel to different locations. And that's already dead because of AI. CGI is dead because of AI.
In 10 years, there won't be any studios. They can all do it out of a room with AI. It's interesting.
I just love how authentic Bob's Bob got AI to do his backdrop, and it is just so authentic.
What are you talking about?
I mean, Ben and I had to spend a fortune building our studios, and Bob just used AI to build that living room.
Yes, and the dog. Yeah,
it's so lifelike. It's so lifelike.
Imagine what would those incentives that you were talking about, Ben. Imagine the difference in Australia if we had a government that could provide incentive for business and industry like that. With all our natural advantages through our resources and our farmland and all that sort of thing. I mean, we're talking, what was that thing that was in the news this week where in Tasmania there was a big block of farmland that went up for sale. They've sold it to a UK company who is intent on using that land now for renewables. So all this, and if you've been in Tassie, the farmland there is unbelievable. It's like England on a great winter's farming season. It's the soil there is incredible. They're not going to use it for farming or cows or dairy. It's all going to be renewables and towers and shit. And it's just, to me, it's just sad to see a country with so much potential, and we're fighting for the scraps off the table for some reason.
We're also very distracted, because one of the biggest priorities, and we haven't spoke about it yet, and that is the rate of unemployment in Australia. And I think one thing you can do in this country that will hit two birds with one stone, and that's my theory, I could be wrong, but is that you give incentives to people who are unemployed and on the welfare to go out and work, give them some tax cuts, because you fix that and the money start pouring in and you stop your spending. I don't know, what is it, like 30 to 40% of our total like budget goes towards like welfare and social programs and things of that sort. I would say half of these people would go out and work if there was tax incentives. As well as the second bird you will hit with that, of course, is you're not going to need people coming from India to do these jobs. Locals will do it. People who are living on the welfare, because they're not going to make much otherwise.
Well, I can riff on the fly just quickly with what Rami. Excuse me, Bob, as well.
No, you're right.
Just to quickly riff off what Rami said. Okay, so incentivizing people who are on welfare at the moment, so welfare recipients. And let's specifically categorize a segment of those welfare recipients, and let's call them the long-term unemployed. And let us imagine that if they've been unemployed for 5 years and maybe they've just lost the urge to work, or maybe they've found so many challenges, and maybe they look at it and say, if I go to work full-time, I'm only going to make an extra $250 a week take home. So I'm better off just staying home, because that $250 extra I'm making, money. I'm going to use on transportation and lunches and everything else. So one way we could deal with it, I guess, just once again off the fly, so this isn't perfect just yet, we would tell them if they can gain full-time employment in whatever field, and it may be a minimum wage job, and if they can retain that employment for 12 months, at the end of that 12 months, we will give them half of their annual welfare payment they ordinarily would have received. And for the first 12 months of them re-entering the workforce after being long-term unemployed for over 5 years, once again, they can actually keep their welfare payment as well. So we would sweeten the deal that they'll be able to keep their dole, as it were, for 12 months, as well as work and not be penalized for doing so. And then in the second 12 months, if they're able to fulfill that and then get up to speed, at the end of that second 12-month period, we will give them $10,000 or $15,000 or whatever is 50% of whatever they would have got if they had have stayed on welfare. By then, hopefully, their attitude would have changed. They would have understood, hey, do you know what? There's upward mobility for me here. I'm going to take advantage of these opportunities, and we can incentivize them. Because if we don't do something like that, we're only going to keep paying for them long term anyway.
I can tell you. So my company is a major employer of people with disabilities, and he's no.
You're
longer
not running an NDIS, are you?
No.
Is that wage subsidy benefit?
Well, no. It's the opposite, and I mean he's no longer with us, so I can tell this story about. One of the first people I have a security monitoring center and people who sit 24 hours a day watching screens and so forth. And one of the earliest people I employed was a quadriplegic, and he was very disabled. He really only had slight movement in one hand.
Remote workers, Daniel. Remote workers.
Well, it wasn't then. That wasn't a thing. But anyway, this guy had been looking for work constantly for about 7 years. And he would, he would turn up to a job interview and there were stairs there, so he'd go home, or he'd turn up to another job and they'd see a bloke in a wheelchair and they didn't want to know. And I gave this guy the first job he'd had in 7 years. And there was no wage subsidy or anything of the sort. I mean, there was money available if I needed to do workplace modifications or whatever. I didn't. I'd already built all of that. But after taking a guy off welfare, putting him into work, giving him a sense of purpose, increasing his happiness significantly, and he told me all of this, my reward for that was essentially payroll tax.
Yeah.
And, I became I hired a few people similarly, many of whom are still with me. Like, I've got probably the lowest turnover in my industry because I've hired people with disabilities. And I was like banging this drum so hard that I became, a speaker from like disability employment groups would like drag me out to meet other CEOs and try and explain to them, these are the business commercial advantages to doing it. So they'd always spent years talking about a humanitarian gesture. I said, forget that. It's just good business. You get a talent pool no one else is thinking of, and you get a lower staff turnover, and do it. And someone said to me, the problem is it's so hard to sack underperforming employees in this country that employers don't ever go looking for additional headaches, which is why they don't want to hire young people, or they don't want to hire old people, or they don't want to hire migrants, or that, because it's all just too hard. Now, for me, when you sack your first bloke in a wheelchair, your equal opportunity credentials are well established. But I completely understand that, and I was just going to say, so in this country we disincentivize giving people a go. But Ben, to your idea, and it's an interesting one, there was actually an experiment in the mid-90s. There was this other thing that Bill Clinton did besides Monica Lewinsky. And it was that he wanted to replace basically sort of open-ended long-term welfare and federally funded cash benefits. And so I forget the exact details, but from memory, basically said it's got a cap at 5 years. So after 5 years, it stops. And at the time, everybody sort of lost their minds and said, oh, this is going to lead to homelessness and to suicide and to women sleeping in the car, and you can't do this, you can't do that. But they did it. And something interesting happened. The employment of single mothers who were sort of considered the vulnerable group, it went up dramatically. So, essentially when you say to a person, listen, we're going to give you a hand up, but it's going to end after a certain number of years, they went out and got jobs. Whereas in this country, I mean, I know there are young people who have done the maths and worked out they're better off getting the dole than working at Macca's or something like that. We're giving people sit down money. We're disincentivizing work. And you also said as well with seniors, like there are seniors who, if they go and get a job, they can lose their pension. And it embarrasses the hell out of me when I go to Sydney Airport and you see these seniors there with, ask me for information, and they greet tourists and they tell them, how to get around and where to go and things like that. And they're volunteers. And the Sydney Airports Corporation that's charging me, $9,000 an hour to park there is not paying wages to these seniors. But I spoke to one and I said, why do you do it? And she said, well, it gets me out of the house. But also, if they were to get paid, and this is not a reflection on the airport, but the thing is, if they actually start doing a job and getting paid whatever, they can kind of lose their dollars. So I shouldn't say dollars, not fair, the pension. Yeah. It's just idiotic. We you could be a grandmother who's got 7 children and 37 grandchildren, but you're not considered qualified to run a daycare because you haven't done a certificate 2 in wiping asses.
How about this, Daniel? How about this right on that point then? Imagine your retirement age. What's that? Let's call it 65. We'll set the bar at 65. Let's say you decide to re-enter the workforce because cost of living is compelling you to do so, just so you can keep the power on, basically.
And your super's gone to zero.
Right.
Yep.
So you're 65. You take a part-time job. Any job that pays you under the median wage, we'll cap it at that. Any job that pays you under the median wage, and you're not self-funded retiree, so your sole income prior to re-entering the workforce was the aged pension. What about if we institute something which says there will be zero income tax for such people, and they can also retain their full aged pension?
Isn't that a One Nation policy now?
I'm unsure.
Pretty sure.
I wish.
It is now. I'm pretty sure it is. They're talking about people who are on the pension actually can get a job, not be taxed for it. It's one of their really good policies. I like it. I think, especially someone who's 63. I'll give you. It's interesting going back to
as opposed to putting their salary straight into their super fund or something. Yeah.
So I'll give you another example. What I went through in COVID. So I started running my own little business, doing a local newspaper. I was actually starting to do an online newspaper, and then COVID hit, and no one wanted to spend money. I was also into sports, all that sort of thing. So sport all got cancelled. So for 3 years, I basically had nothing, trying to work on different website design, all that, do as much online. I was behind that. So I had to go. I was forced to go on to their version of the dial. What do they call it? Job Seeker or something. And, you could survive on that, but then it reduced and it reduced. And once COVID, the restrictions had started easing, I started getting back into my sports coaching, and I was starting to get a few venues, and I actually built up a business plan, proper business plan, took it towards them, took it to Centrelink, and I initially was just dealing with their run-of-the-mill staff, and they're all good. You have to put your reports in, tell them what you're doing. But because you're basically what they considered long-term, because you were forced onto the job seeker through COVID, I wouldn't have been on job seeker hadn't it not been for the COVID restrictions. I then got one of their managers to come in. So I explained to him the plan that was actually starting to evolve. I had a few venues locked into contracts. That means I could bring customers in. That means potential I can put in staff. I said, all I've got to do is get another 6 months. I can survive on this, and then I'll be able to get off this and actually not only get off this, but employ people. And I had the business plan. There was another body you could put through, and they said, oh, this is great. Go back to, it's not Centrelink you deal with, actually. It's their agencies. They've got companies that they contract this out to. So you're not actually dealing with Centrelink. Centrelink approves you, but the people that keep you on it are these other businesses that they've contracted out to handle with people who receive these payments. So I was dealing with this arrogant little bastard who was 25 out of university. Oh, you're long term. So I'm 62. Sorry, I'm 60 at this stage. And you'll find out when you get to 60, you do deal with a lot of ageism. A lot of people, and I get this as an employer myself. Why are you going to put on someone who's 60 when you can get someone who's 40 who's up to date with all the latest, tech and whatever? So you're naturally up against it against younger, more recently qualified kids, right? So I thought, screw this. I'm not going to get it. I've got to start my own company again. I've got to build it from the ground up. I had it started, and this guy's solution, no, you've been too much long term. You've been on job seeker since 2020. Said, yeah, I'm on job seeker because of COVID-19. Immaterial. We've got jobs in the packaging industry. Basically, I'd be getting onto a warehouse floor, packing up parcels, doing all that. So that was the goal for the rest of my 5-6 years. What I did is I just got off both. They basically said, if you don't get off both, you're going to lose your payments. I said, well, I'll lose my payments anyway, because I'm not going to go to that. My back won't be able to handle it, number two. Number three, why am I going to take a job that pays me 50 grand a year? Government will take a lot of that in tax. I don't have anything to retire on pretty much because I took a lot of it out during COVID. I need to get myself a business and can actually build a nest egg over the next 5 to 10 years. You reckon they wanted to listen to a proposal that was based around innovation, capitalism, all that sort of thing, entrepreneurship? They don't want to support it in the slightest. And my theory behind why they don't want to support it and why the government doesn't care, it's in the ALP especially, maybe in the LNP thing, but especially ALP. It's in their interest to keep as many people on welfare and handouts as possible because they figure, just like with immigration, that the more people who are on welfare, they can paint the LNP and what they're doing with Gina Reinhart. Oh, they're the friends of the billionaires. They don't care about you. We'll look after you on welfare. We'll look after you with the payouts. We'll make sure you...
Same with growing the public service. You get people addicted to it. Yeah. No public servant is ever going to vote for a politician that says we want to reduce the size of the public service.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's getting that big now. It's becoming a problem. Boys, we could talk about this all night. I want to, and I do want to get down and watch some of the footy.
Bob.
JJ's getting hungry there, Bob.
Here he comes. Yeah, no, look, he's coming over now. He's getting pissed off.
Who's playing, Bob?
Hello, boy.
There you go. What could be the biggest development of the year? By the way, on immigration, just to finish off with, I don't know whether anyone's seen it, sort of going under the radar with a few things. Up until May, does anyone know this year how many immigrants have hit the country?
Heaps.
500,000.
Say it properly.
500,000.
500.
Half a million. Gotta put the emphasis on it, Daniel. Just put that in there by the by. But tomorrow, what does everyone think at 11 a.m., what do you think Trump's going to be announcing? He's got the big announcement tomorrow. A lot of it's been, some people are saying around, a lot of people is going to say it's about the electoral fraud of 2020. And some people are going,
I think, can I guess first?
Yeah, of course. We're all guessing.
I think it might be another country joining the Abrahamic Accords.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Just came to my mind now.
What do you think, Ben?
What country, Rami? Which country?
Oh,
it seems like it's going to be either one of the Gulf countries or Jordan or Iraq. One of these.
Maybe Lebanon.
Actually, Lebanon would be a chance.
I just think because the Iraqi president just walked out of the White House. And he's been there for a while, and he visited a couple of different departments as well, the Department of Defense and all that. He's young. He wants to change Iraq. He wants to change the country. You know, just on that for a second. I don't want to keep this going longer than it already has been. But one of the things I keep seeing online, obviously because of my demographic, the algorithm knows I understand Arabic, and it shows me all these reels about, in Arabic about Iraqi influences and so on and so on.
It's Mia Khalifa, right?
No, it's not. It's Iraqi influences want America to be in Iraq. Your average Iraqi citizen want to do business with the West. They don't want the bullshit that's coming from Iran. They've had enough. They want to live their life. They want to move on. And I guarantee you, almost 60 to 70% of the country wants to be in the Abrahamic Accords because they just want to get on with their lives. They're sick of all this, armed, non-governmental arms, controlling the country and stealing the country, and just pushing their propaganda, they're pushing on the West.
They've seen how the UAE is doing bilateral trade and tourism with Israel, and they want some of that.
That's exactly what they want, because we have more wealth than when the UAE was just a desert. Iraq was one of the richest countries, and not just even bring up the historical fact that it's like one of the cradles of civilizations, and that wasn't just a past. Like even in the early 19th century, dude, you look at Iraq, it was like London, in a way. And you walk around and people dressed up in suits. Women had their hair out. It was kind of like what Persia was just before the 80s.
Yeah,
and they do this. The funny thing is, all these influencers are saying the same thing as they saying it out loud. Is that we don't want an Islamic country. You don't get to see that. The media doesn't try to show you that.
No,
so.
Listen. If you want an Islamic country, go and live in England.
It's true. Yeah, exactly. Well, too bad they're out of the World Cup now, the last Islamic country. So,
well, there was a lot of controversy, or a little bit. I shouldn't say a lot. That was that really an English team anyway? Had that many Africans in it, but I think most European teams.
Sorry. Since Daniel is here with us and he's from a Jewish background, how much did you guys pay Messi?
Yeah, the conspiracy runs so deep, it's wild. Like, what's going to happen tomorrow in the White House started on a soccer field. Yeah.
It started out, it started out the Wailing Wall. That's where it started.
Yeah, and listen, and you'll get your $7,000 for saying that. So good job getting it in there. Yeah.
And by extension on that, then Daniel, how much did Israel pay Conor McGregor to fight or to fake a leg injury in his fight against Max Holloway last weekend? As
I still don't think they're ever going to beat stealing Malcolm Fraser's trousers in Memphis, though.
Okay, so Daniel, Bob asked the question, what's Trump's announcement tomorrow? Rami's given us his, perhaps Abraham Accords, a new member nation.
Iraq.
You know what would be amazing? He's going to demolish the UN headquarters and he's going to replace it with the Trump East River condominiums and suites.
Well, it's owned by Rockefeller, so that will never happen.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if you noticed. Our Prime Minister had a huge announcement at Sydney University today. Did anyone hear about it? Yeah, me either.
No. I think just about everyone's about over elbow. What do you think, Ben? What do you think is going to get announced?
Well, there has been lots of speculation that Trump is going to touch upon voter ID and ensuring safe elections going forward, right? For example.
You've lost your camera, Ben.
Yeah, 1 second. Here we go.
We can still hear you. Yeah.
Okay. I'll try to get that sorted in a moment so I don't lose my train of thought. I think, and this could also be strategic as well, so I don't have to put my face to what I'm saying. Lest they come back and bite me. So you got to work on that Daniel on the fly, mate, because you've said a few things which come back and bite you. But no, tongue in cheek, putting those things aside. Voter ID. Okay, how do they ensure election security in their country going forward? I think voter ID, national ID, a national identification card, which will be a requirement of all Americans going forward to ensure election security. Maybe that could be.
But is that
part of the future?
That's something he may well do. But is there going to be all the hype and the pre-announcement hype over that?
Well,
or would he just announce it and be done with it?
What he could tie it into, which I'm.
But Bob, where were you sensing this hype? Like, where's the anticipation?
There's a bit of talk on X, and it has been now leading up to this the last 2 days. And Trump's been putting some of this up on Truth Social too. So he put up this cryptic thing about AFK or someone's thing about the warning about where America was going.
He's going to.
No. The talk, where I think he is going with it, and this is a passion of Trump's. You listen to Trump the whole time. He's still adamant, and I think a lot of people would agree with him, that he had the election stolen in 2020. So it would tie into what Ben's saying about the ID. Apparently, the rumor going around is they have definitive proof now, especially with January 6th, the January 6th hearing and all that sort of thing.
That China was involved.
No, well, they're saying that there's another country involved. They're not saying which, but they're also saying that some of those people on that January 6th committee, you remember that hearing they had? They lied before Congress. That's actually
they did. Yeah.
That's actually a criminal offense. So they reckon they're going to
it's going to be election security. That's what he'll be talking about.
Well,
that's your call. I agree. I think so.
Yeah, and the big rumor that some people are saying is they reckon they're going to tie, and I hope it's true because it would be amazing, is they're going to tie Obama into it and Pelosi. They reckon they've got him dead to rights.
A bit of a stretch, yeah.
Yeah, and the reason they're saying that, look at the people he's invited. Kash Patel, Blanche, the Attorney General, the Director of the FBI.
Well, he always bring in the same people over and over. I think most of it is publicity because the next runner-up is probably priming the next runner-up. They're always showing their faces in every single meeting, even when they're not necessarily there.
This could be the classical, and like I said, Trump with me has lost a bit of skin, but this could be the classical. And I don't believe in a lot of this, but sometimes I do. The 4D Trump would fit right into the profile. So Trump, everyone's been talking about the midterms since he bombed Iran for the first time. If Trump has had something under his bonnet in his mind, or, Kash Patel's told him, we've got these bastards dead to rights. When's the perfect time to release this and bring in voter ID? It's just before
after the midterm. It would be after the midterm, not before.
It would take them a year or two to implement it at least. But you know the one thing I've learned though, that like a lot of Trump, this thing's happening and this is going to be big and this is going to be huge, and then it's like a big nothing burger.
Yeah.
So I don't know. By the way, the conspiracy has clearly gotten to Ben. So Ben's been body snatched. That's someone else now. Ben's been...
We'll be able to compare notes next week. Let's see who's the closest. So we've got the Abraham Accords Iraq's joining. What did you say, Ben? The voter ID. What was yours, Daniel?
My hope was that they demolished the UN headquarters, but ChatGPT is calling it for election security, by the way.
Yeah, so that's where, if you're going to call election security, you've got to have proof that the elections have been compromised.
National ID, and there's election integrity going forward. Yes, absolutely, and therefore.
But what, isn't voter ID the same thing?
Yeah, well, it is, but no, a national ID.
No, but it stops each state having their own version of it. So you won't. Some states will say it's a driver's license, and others won't care.
Well, I just hope it's not a nothing burger. We need something to blow the whole world up again, just with a bit of entertainment.
Well, you know how sometimes when you've resigned from a job and you've kind of checked out and you're in the exit lounge and you just don't care anymore. Trump's last few months in office are going to be wild,
aren't they?
It's over,
aren't they? It is going to be interesting to see. And
sorry, just since we're on this. Could it be he's announcing who's going to replace what's her name?
Susie Wiles.
No.
No, Mitch McConnell's wife, or no, Lindsey Graham.
Oh no, I know. What's her name? Gabbard. Is it Gabbard?
Yeah.
Tulsi Gabbard. So
Tulsi
Director of National Intelligence, DNI. Yeah.
Isn't she going out because of her husband, or?
Yeah, well, that's his story. Yeah, I don't think he'd be doing. I don't think there'd be this build up to it and a big announcement. But Daniel could be right. It could be a nothing burger. I hope it's not. To finish off, boys, though, just a big announcement from myself. Forget Trump. I'm going to usurp Trump. Next week, we're going to trial it for a couple of weeks because, as Ben would have found out, I was a bit up and about the other week. So there's too many things going on in this country. And I've had a few requests from people that, like Ben just complained, I'm not consistent enough with times, with 8 o'clock and 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
So no, Daniel's been snatched.
Yeah, so from next week, the Eureka Conservative podcast is going to go daily, Monday to Friday at 9 o'clock. So we'll still have our Tuesday one when we get all you gents and have this long one, but the Monday to Friday, it's going to be events of the days, and I'm just going to comment. You guys are welcome, but we've only got an hour. That's it. Done, dusted, because I've got to get to work. But some of these values we're talking about, I think we've got to get more consistent. We've got to start fighting for them, and we've got to start bringing a lot more to the surface. So I'm going to try and do my little bit, and that's going to start from next week. We'll see how we go. Could be a bit of fun. Me and JJ, we'll shove it up them.
shove it up them. That's the name of the podcast.
Exactly. Any last thoughts?
Stick it right up him. Teddy Whitten is what
stick it right up.
Like a true Victorian. Yeah,
an Aussie.
Yeah.
Give us your last thoughts, boys, before we finish up.
Rami,
and before we finish up, to Judy B, I've seen all your comments, but with us four talking heads, sorry you had no chance to get it.
Well, that was what I was going to say. Is shout out to Jody for
Judy or Jody? Judy, you're a legend, as usual. I've been reading them, just haven't been able to get them in, and it's too late now for me to bring them up. So we'll give the gents the last chance to have their last thoughts. So, Remy, was that your thought, was it?
Yeah, just shout out to Jody, and it was really nice, to have a lot of things in common in today's episode, and I quite enjoyed it. I think
I think it was a good discussion.
I think it was awesome. I mean, this is what you need more of, people just sharing great idea. I think Daniel and Ben have came up with like some amazing concepts, and it's interesting to see that there's flexibility rather than rigidness. So I appreciate that.
Ben?
Let's go to Daniel.
Well, and if you'd like to see Bob deported, if you just go to GoFundMe.com.
Good luck. You'll have to get through my German Shepherd first. Look at him. He's so
JJ's logged off for the night.
Oh, absolutely. Until I get off there, you'll see if you could be in my place. As soon as I log off, he goes absolutely nuts because he knows I've finished with you guys. And he's figuring he could get a WALK before we go to bed. But anyway. So that's it, Daniel. Support me.
Absolutely.
Ben?
I think you deserve a special commendation, Bob. I think you don't get the credit that should be afforded to you. I think you should be congratulated and be extremely proud of yourself for making yourself able to do this. At some point in time, I'm not sure how long ago, you decided, hey, I've got to learn this thing online. I've got to learn live stream, and I've got to figure out how I'm going to do this thing and put it on YouTube and everywhere else. And plenty of your contemporaries are unable to do so. But you've thrown yourself in the deep end, and now it's come up roses for you. So I'd like to give you a special applause for that.
Appreciate
and to
that.
encourage you to continue doing it. I think you've made the right decision. If anything, it's saved you a future heart attack by constantly becoming apoplectic and yelling at walls. Instead, now you can scream at a camera to an audience and it resonates with
It's
people.
probably saved a few television sets as well, because that's the old school. Actually,
No, definitely, you deserve congratulations for that, mate. No,
Thank you, mate.
Some
No,
people
that's-
out there, I hope some people are
Actually
paying attention to you.
No,
and-
Ben's right, because I remember when we did one of these probably a year ago, and the audio didn't work and we couldn't figure it out, whatever. And Bob, look at you now. You're putting up slides on the screen and you're running videos, and that AI backdrop and the dog is remarkable. So and
Almost
the
looks
good
real.
news is after we raise the money and we have you deported, you'll still be able to do this from somewhere else. He's off.
I'm proving a point here. Hold on. If it was AI backdrop, could I do that?
Hang on. Wave your hands in front of your face.
Put three
Nah,
fingers.
it's AI.
Put three fingers. Yeah.
So, no, nice one, gents. It's actually a bit, Ben, thank you for the kind words. I actually have been able to do this for quite some time, but it's a bit like what Daniel was saying. You don't really want to put your face out there, but I've just got to the point. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of hearing from our politicians. I'm sick of hearing them tearing us down, getting people like you on, me on, anybody who's, and me and Rami had a discussion about this before. I'm more willing to talk to any Aussie from any background, any ideology, and have it out and have these discussions. And I think you guys have contributed. And look, tonight, as long as it's all respectful and we get some good ideas, we got good discussions, and hopefully people like Judy who follow us, and she's got her points. We wouldn't agree with all of hers. She doesn't agree with ours. But that's how we do get this country united again. So I love Australia. I love Melbourne, believe it or not. And, I want to get back to what she was once before. So especially for Ben's kids and anyone else is going to have kids in this country. We've got to get the young ones their country back.
Excellent. Gentlemen, thank you. It's been an honour playing with you tonight.
The same here, guys. Good night, everyone.
Ciao, ciao.
We're out of there. Once I can get